What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Jake Rowe from Dogs HQ will join us at 8 o'clock to talk Texas and Georgia. Couldn't wait to get that one out, huh?
You say dogs?
Dogs. They'll be barking tomorrow. Hopefully, we will be eating the dogs.
Eating the dogs tomorrow.
That is our
They're
goal.
eating the dogs.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. Of course, the Buck and I will talk plenty of Texas, Georgia, more keys to the game, more X factors, and what's our confidence level just one day away from kickoff. We've got a scandal at Baylor. Stop me if you've heard that before. And This one's big because it potentially impacts the college football playoff. A little NBA to dive into, a little college basketball to dive into. Of course, we'll get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the week. And we've got Florida driver in the news on a Friday.
They just don't quit, do they?
They just don't quit. So we'll get a Florida Friday story for the people. So much to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your weekends off with us. Buck, it's good to have you back, my man. How are you this morning?
Doing good, man. Good to be back. Had some appointments yesterday that I had to get to. Boy, these appointments are hard to get, man. And if you don't get them, if they say you got to go, or do you have to go? Because the next one is like January. I'm like, dude, I could be dead by then if I see somebody then. So I didn't stay in the hospital. They're trying to keep me overnight in the hospital. I'm like, you come and see me once an hour? I said, I'm not dying in here. I'm dying in my own house. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Appointments are hard, man. Appointments with physicians right now. You do it. If you call for a physician now, you may not get there before Christmas. Those dudes are good. They went to school to do what they do to help us all. But, man, are they busy. They're loaded with people. There are a lot of sick and old people like me around. That's what it is.
You're supposed to know that you're going to be sick 5 months in advance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you can make that call to them.
That's what I've learned about the American healthcare system. If you get sick and you need somebody now, you can hold off for a month or two, right? You'll be good. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to get those physicians and some of those specialized doctors, man. They don't always make it easy. So I'm glad you got to see somebody.
And yesterday was one of those deals where I wanted to see my regular doctor because he knows how to treat old people. He makes you do things. He follows up himself. If you don't follow up, he'll call the place and do it for you. And now you almost have to do it or you're going to spend some money for not doing it. But I met his partner, and it was a lady. And she was fantastic, 69 years old. So she knew all the old things that were going on with me. She's had some of them. She's had the deal where she says, listen, dude, if you don't learn how to drink water, you're not going to be around very long. She said, some of these things are going to come up. She was telling me a story about she was in the garage with her husband, and she felt, she had got one of these deals that I got. And she said she leaned up against he went in the house and left her to come out of the car and just walk, and she felt lightheaded. She said she put her hands up on the hood of the car, and next thing she knows, she was trying to get to the door. Bam! She went down in the garage, and she said when she came to, her husband was sitting on top of her in the yard. He had pulled her out of the garage, pulled her in the yard, and was trying to resuscitate her. For some odd reason, he thought maybe that's what she needed. She just had knocked herself out. She hit the ground. She hit her head in the garage. And I'm just learning that as you get older, BK, you got to take care of stuff. The thing is, a fall can change your entire trajectory of the rest of your life. When you get 40 and 50 and you take a bad fall, it could change your whole, what could have been a really cool life for the next 30, 40 years to some shit that could last for like 6 years. And you're in misery and pain because of the fall you took because you didn't take care of yourself. And she said there's more people that their lives just changed, in their 50s because they make a mistake with a fall and somebody tells them don't do that or don't do this or make sure you do this or don't pick up that. The next thing you know, they're laid out and their life has changed. Their life has changed with their family, with their grandkids. I said, I can't have that. Oh, I
So
don't
what's
want. I said I can't. It's not that I can't have it. I'm trying to prevent it.
so what's your advice? Don't fall?
Well, I go to the stretch place once a week now and get stretched to make sure that if I start, don't fall that's one of them. We keep always working on your balance. Drink a lot of water, and if people are telling you do this, do that. I mean, I got a tip from one of my buddies yesterday. This stuff you put in your drink called um, something IV,
Liquid IV?
liquid IV.
Yeah.
And he said, just pour that in your water, big water bottle, shake it up, walk around and drink it. He said, that's enough hydration without any sugar in it. And so I did it and I drank a bunch of it and I left it overnight to sit and come back. So it was cold. That is the nastiest shit. Oh my God. It tastes like the next day, it tastes like when it's really cold, it tastes so bad to me.
Well, I think you're supposed to drink it like right after you pour
Yes.
it.
Yeah, immediately. It's not supposed to sit around. Oh, is that bad? I tried it this morning. I'm like, can't drink this. This is gross.
Yeah,
But
that's a good idea. They've got hydration multipliers. That's what they call stuff like liquid IV. So it's like you're ingesting more good stuff into your system,
right.
and it's like drinking water on steroids, right? So that's
Yeah,
a good idea right there. I like that.
it's expensive.
Yeah, I mean you got to pay for it, of course, but it's worth it. I mean,
Well,
it's
and the first one I had yesterday was in the middle of the morning, and the water wasn't cold; it was just room temperature, and I poured it in. I drank it, no problem. Hardly any, a little lemon taste to it, and it was okay. But this morning, when I went to get the one that I left in there, the bottle, I'm like, oh my gosh! I drank like 5 sips of it. I said, I can't drink that. I just poured that shit down the drain. So I'm good. But I drank a lot of water yesterday. I peed a lot too, man.
you should do that every day.
Really?
Not to play doctor on this show, but as a former doctor, Dr. Brody Lane, I will advise that
Well, you're
you
telling
should be.
Dr. William Cannon, but I was
I
a
know
baby. I
we're
was a kid.
co-doctors here, but sometimes doctors need help from other doctors. You can't always take care of yourself.
I got a cup of Joe this morning. I've already had a bunch of water. I haven't need my cup of Joe.
Is that a Beatles cup? Who's on there? Who's on that mug?
It's the Beatles.
Nice. I like that. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but I'm good. Just keep taking my antibiotics and then trying to find a way for this never to come up again. Because, getting to 105 temperature, getting up to 106 and all that is not good. And the doctor said it's good your wife thought to bring you in and not let you think you can stick around to 107 where your brain would have been fried. I said, dude, I'm already fried. I said, brain is fried too. He
Yeah.
says, no, dude. He said, you wouldn't be able to know your ABCs if you stuck that out. That's your body telling you, we're trying to fight this thing. We need a little help here, dumbass.
Yeah, you hear my show every morning. My brain has been cooked for years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I tried to let that lady know, but she was very kind. I'm very glad that she, took the time to come out, talk to me, and just tell me about drinking water. She said a lot of people have a hard time just drinking water. So if you're that person and you think a cup of coffee or I drink a lot of tea or I drink a lot of Gatorade, that's not the stuff.
No, it ain't the same.
I was thinking it's the same. I always kept thinking, well, yeah, I see you in your little jug. Where's my water? What's over there on my desk? I've already had enough of that. Where's my little cantina, pea cantina?
Oh no, are you gonna urinate on the show for only the second time ever?
It could be. All I know is I've had a lot of water in me, brother. And it's a long trip down those stairs, 18 flights.
18 stairs, not flights.
Sure.
If it was 18 flights, you would not make it up or down ever.
It
Ever.
seems that way. Seems like I'm in pretty good shape from what my blood pressure and all that stuff tells me.
Okay. All
And
right. Well,
mentally, I'm good too. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the wonderful job you do. We do appreciate you. Appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And all of you do be safe out there. It's supposed to be warm today, brother.
yeah, should be a beautiful weekend here in Central
Yeah.
Texas. I like that. Weather
It's some
in
rain
Athens.
next week, boys and girls.
Oh, is it coming?
Coming next week. Maybe Wednesday, but Thursday, Friday, we're gonna have good rain next week.
Okay.
And that's a good thing because we could use it again.
Will it be gone by the Arkansas game next Saturday?
Oh, How can you ask me a question like that? I can't tell you exactly when it'll be gone. I'll tell you when it comes. It'll be here by Thursday.
Okay. All
When
right.
it's gone, I don't know.
You got time to change your prediction for next week's weather.
So, like I changed my prediction on the game
So we got to
Saturday?
start. We got to start with this because you were out yesterday, but for the first 3 shows of the week, you've been very confident that the Longhorns can go on the road to Athens and pull off an upset against 5th-ranked Georgia. And for a while, you had been trying to convince me that I
Yes,
needed to
and
be
how
there.
you feeling? How you feeling now?
Well, I want to get to your thoughts first.
Oh, okay.
Because the people heard from me yesterday. They need an update from you. So every week, I think everybody knows this by now, we post a score prediction graphic for every host on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And we all send each other our score predictions in our group text. And people started sending some picks in yesterday for tomorrow's game. And you texted in a score prediction. Now,
I can't believe I hit send.
yours is subject to change,
Yes.
either on today's show or during our pregame show tomorrow at Victory Lap on Rainy Street. But you texted 30-17 Georgia.
Oh, I changed my mind today. It's 34-17 Georgia now.
34-17?
Yeah.
So you went from a Texas win on Monday to now a Texas blowout loss on Friday? It's one thing to have them losing. You have them losing by 3 scores?
Yeah.
What happened?
You know, there's still 24 hours, brother. There's still some time left.
There's no way it's going to change that much in the other direction. You're going to go from 17-point loss to a win in the span of 24 hours?
I just don't see anything telling me that they can win. I don't see them winning by a field goal. I don't see how they're going to Athens, Georgia, where they've lost the 2 games in 50-some attempts, 2 losses. It's this team, this one right here. If it was maybe the team last year or the team before, this team, no, they can't run the ball a lick. You know, and I'm talking about how Trey Weiser is going to have his best game and get outside against Georgia's defense. No, he's not. They're going to stuff his ass, and they're going to stuff that offensive line, and they're going to have. By the way, the 2 safeties, that cover 2 where they have the guys close to the line of, and coverage. They're not coming near the line of scrimmage. They're going to drop by. They're going to do everything they want to do with the front 7. They're going to make sure that nobody gets behind them in their secondary. That's their job. Their job is not to come downhill to come at Texas run game. They're going to get plastered by those son of a guns on that defensive line and the linebackers. So that's all. They can't run the ball.
Well, they couldn't run it on Monday. So
I was thinking somebody would give me a call, or I'd get some intel on that, they're going to be better than they've had the last couple of times. And, their whole job is going to be protected in the quarterback. So any chance they have is about the throwing game. And like I said, this Georgia group is not going to let anybody get behind them.
okay.
So you're going to have to try to run, BK. You're going to have to try to run the ball at least 15 times.
Yeah, and I think they will try. I will say this. I know this is a game that Texas lost, but in the SEC championship last year, Texas only ran it for 1.1 yards a carry, and the game went to overtime. And if the Longhorns had a better kicker, they probably win that game despite running for less than 1.5 yards per clip. So it's not a great recipe. I'm not saying that's what Texas should strive for.
I think this is a better offense that they have now.
It is. It's a worse defense for Georgia, but it is a better offense for Georgia. There's no denying that. But, Texas couldn't run the ball a lick the last time they played Georgia in a game in Atlanta, and it went to overtime. So it's not like the Longhorns were completely out of it despite not being able to get anything going with the rushing attack. Now, I'd prefer them to have at least 3 yards a carry. Can we ask for that?
You know what? I saw the interview on ESPN with Cedric Baxter. What a really well-spoken young dude, man.
Yeah.
What a nice kid. Good kid. Date your daughter. Bring him over to dinner. Give him the ball. Watch him get blasted.
Classic dinner time activity. Invite CJ Baxter to your house, hand him the football, and then tackle him.
then have the family just tackle his ass. He won't be able to fake out. He won't be able to fake out the little kid out in the backyard. You're going to try to show the little kid in the backyard how he shakes him. Kid's going to hit him low, hit him on the ground. He's going to limp off back into the house and sit on your couch for 6 hours.
You're not confident that the extra week off has maybe allowed CJ Baxter to regain his old form?
No. That dude needs he needs an off season and spring to work on his game again and get back to his. And once again, some of those guys never come back to their old form. Some of them just become what they are. I know this. I'll be very wrong if I see the screen game come out and get these clowns that are coming rushing in there and they dump it over their head, and Trey Wisner gets going in that part. But I just don't see him that flat from the shotgun, turn around and hand it off and pull people. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
And I once again, Wingo has to be at his best. He's lacking might as well put a foot there where the thumb was. It's just, we'll see. I mean, you can't say until you see him in the game.
Yeah. Well, the good news for Texas, it's now 2 days in a row where they have had nobody listed on the injury report. So
that's great news.
Nobody even probable, nobody questionable. Like, everybody who missed some or all of the Longhorns' most recent game against Vanderbilt will be on the field on Saturday. So that's an advantage. That's why you love having the bye week before your biggest game of the year. You are as healthy as you could possibly be in the 10th game of a 12-game college football season.
Yeah, how many plays can you get to the outside? That's what I mean. Running between the tackles is a no-go. It's been a no-go against just about everybody they played against. So why do you think going to Athens is the place that all of a sudden they're going to get 3 and 4 yards a clip? I don't see it. Now, I do believe, as I said earlier, getting to the outside will be the best remedy to get this done. And it'll be great if they have some success out there. But I just don't know how many plays you design in the run game except for toss sweep, jet sweep, a counter that if the defensive end comes diving down inside to make sure that you don't get inside of them, that you bounce it outside of them, that kind of two-way go. But how many of those guys are good pullers and all that other stuff right now? Some of them are getting back into positions they haven't been in a while. They've had a game or two under their belt. And you're right, you've had a week off. So there is some extra practice at time that you've had to do those things in a run game. But if I see them turn around and then hand the ball off to a guy and say, "Oh, here you go off tackle," I'm going to go, "No way." Now you're going to have to try it. I mean, you got to do the things that are a part of your offense, that have been a part of your offense for years, and hope that your up front guys can do that. I just don't know how many times you're going to get a chance to do that before you just start flinging it. And if your game plan is to throw the ball, I'm fine.
Well, let me say this. Georgia, statistically speaking, is not the best rushing defense that Texas has played this year. That's Oklahoma. And that was arguably Texas's best rushing performance of the year against a Power 4 team. I mean, Oklahoma's got the second-ranked run defense in America. They're actually ahead of Texas in that category. Texas is number 3. I think they're allowing 0.1 rushing yards more per game than Oklahoma is.
But they played an almost flawless game, BK. Have you seen them play like that? I mean, actually play like that since.
Yeah, the Vanderbilt game for 3.5 quarters.
You're right.
The most recent game that they played, and that was, another top 10 team.
You're right.
So their last 2 games against top 10 teams have been their best 2 games of the season. So I know one of them was home and one of them was a neutral site game. This one's a true road game and one of the toughest places to play in America. But they've shown enough on offense against good teams, and they've shown enough on offense as of late to where, all right, I feel like they've got a shot to make some things happen. I mean, against Oklahoma, it wasn't an otherworldly rushing performance, nothing that's going to get in the record books, but 35 carries for 136 yards. That's 3.9 yards a carry. I think we'd all sign up for that. And again, Oklahoma's run defense this year has been better than Georgia's by a decent amount. So this offense has proven that they can run it against an elite rush defense this year. You're going to have to see something close to that, I think, tomorrow.
I think the secondary will have to just be really on it because I've watched some film of their guys catching the ball and going to get it. They got some guys got speed.
Yeah, they've got some much better weapons on the outside. Good news for Texas. Georgia's second leading receiver, Colby Young, is out for the season. So he got hurt a couple weeks ago. He won't be on the field for this game. Now they still have some talent. Zachariah Branch, the USC transfer, a guy
He's a good player.
wanted. Yeah, he's a good player. He's their leading receiver. He's very good in space. He can make people miss, and if he makes you miss, he could turn on the burners, and you'll be chasing for a while. They've got London Humphreys, very good. They've got Dylan Bell. They've got their 3 tight ends. Their Aggie transfer, Noah Thomas, is starting to come into his own a little bit. So they've got good. I think Texas has more depth at wide receiver than Georgia does. I really do. But, yeah, I mean, their passing game, their whole offense has been really, really good. That's what's been carrying them this year. And obviously, you're hoping Texas figured some things out with the run game on offense during the bye week, but you're also hoping that, okay, the combination of the run game and the reinsertion of Michael Taft into the starting secondary can help Texas clean up some of their pass defense issues that have been very problematic in these last 2 games.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to psych myself into believing in the run game on Monday.
I guess so. I don't know. I feel like you were
Tuesday and
still
Wednesday.
pretty nervous about the run game, but you still felt like Texas was going to find a way to win. But I guess you're
No,
so.
I just trying to figure out how many ways, besides motions and, the wide receiver, how do you get the ball, the swing screen? Because as soon as they see a back swing, no matter who the back is, they are flying to the ball. But that's getting you on the perimeter. I mean, how many times will Sark do that? Hopefully he'd do that a lot. I've never seen Texas actually just turn around and toss, except for against Ohio State.
We've seen a couple of tosses. We saw a toss sweep. I think it was in the Vandy game.
They turned around from underneath the center and just tossed it.
Yeah. Not much. It's few and far between.
You mean that it didn't get much?
No, I think it was a solid play. I mean, we've seen more under center snaps this year than we've seen in recent years.
And I don't mind under center snaps when the back is coming downhill and the quarterback's meeting them halfway and you get a chance to get a little bit of momentum. I don't like the shotgun flat maneuver. They don't have that kind of back. They don't have that kind of, sorry, that's not the back. They don't have that kind of offensive line.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's Steve Sarkisian's offense. That's most offensive coordinators' offenses.
All right. 30-17.
30-17. All right. I've talked you down. Boy, our roles have reversed since the start of the week, haven't they? On Monday, it was me feeling really negative.
Oh, so you got the Horns now.
I'm picking the Horns. Yeah. I'm picking the Horns. Too much doubt, too much hate. This is like turning into David versus Goliath before our eyes, and I can't figure out why. It's a clash of the Titans. This isn't David versus Goliath.
So what is Sark preaching? Revenge. And what is Kirby preaching? The world hates us. We're Georgia. We've won too much. They don't like us.
Yeah, I don't know what Kirby's preaching, right? I mean, neither of these coaches have given any bulletin board material throughout the week. And these guys respect each other. I mean, both Steve Sarkisian and Kirby Smart have talked about their friendship. These guys are friends. Like, they'll text throughout the course of the season. So, you're not going to get any below the belt shots from either coach before this football game.
No, I wouldn't expect those two would do that.
But Kirby Smart. I don't know what it is. Maybe we can ask Jake Rowe when he joins us at 8:00. Like, hey, Jake, what is Kirby telling his guys to get them motivated for this game? Like last year for the game in Austin, it was easy. Texas was the number 1 team in America. Texas was a favorite. Like, there were a lot of things that he could point to and say, nobody believes that you're going to win. But
going to the big stadium in Austin.
I heard Paul Feinbaum say you'd have to be Bevo to pick Texas to win this game. I heard Josh Pate, another national college football guy, say Texas has to call Georgia daddy. And I'm like, really? Texas, who leads the all-time series against Georgia, has to call them daddy? What do we do? They beat us 2 times in a row, and that's it. What does Tennessee have to call Georgia if we have to call them daddy? What does Florida have to call Georgia? What does Georgia have to call Alabama? Like, some of the discourse surrounding this game is breaking people's brains right now. It is insane.
Yeah, it seems like I'm the only sane one around.
Well, I don't know. You're part of them. You're picking Georgia to blow out Texas. So I don't know if you're
part of them. I'm just.
You are part of them. Clearly, you're saying the same thing they are, that Texas has no chance.
they're going to make it. They're going to be in a plane. Everything's going to work out. They're going to hit the field.
Why should they? Why should they even get on the plane the way people are
Oh,
talking
come
about this
on.
game?
No, of course they're going to get on the plane. They're going to fight really, really hard.
Nah, they shouldn't even show up, dude.
No, dude. I saw, like I said, Cedric Baxter, just, he's a very nice young man. Wonderful interview with him on ESPN. He could have the game.
Yeah, he could. I mean, the hope is
they could try to force feed that dude inside.
Well, I mean, he's your number 2 running back. Like, I don't think the game's going to come down to CJ Baxter. Do I think he'll get a few snaps and a few touches? Yeah, of course. You can't give Trey Wisner every single offensive play, but the game's not going to come down to CJ Baxter.
No.
Right? The game could come down to Trey Wisner, and if he has a good day, I don't know how that impacts anything. If he has a good day, that could be the difference between a Texas win and loss. But I'm not super focused on the 5 to 10 snaps that CJ Baxter gets.
No, I'm not either. Just saying he's a nice guy. It was a nice interview.
He's a great guy. I love hearing him talk. I mean, he's a great kid. He was raised right. He's a good ambassador for this Texas football program.
Yes, he is.
And the hope is, look, I don't think we're going to see it at any point in 2025, but the hope is before his Texas career is done, he can look like the 5-star that he was coming out of high school. Unfortunately, it just hasn't quite clicked this year. And you understand it, coming off of major knee reconstruction.
Absolutely.
And also a hamstring injury to boot at the start of the year. So, if it's been the hammy that's maybe plagued him a little bit more, then, okay, having a few extra days off could help with that.
That's
Wisner's dealt with a hamstring injury at some point this year. So him getting a few extra days off can hopefully help with that. I mean, the run game is important. Arch Manning's legs could be a big factor tomorrow night. You didn't need him against Vanderbilt. Only 1 carry for 4 yards. I'm not saying Arch Manning needs to go, what Haynes King did against Georgia last year, where he's just a ragdoll out there. But I think his legs could be a difference in this game too. So, you've got to find a way to get something going.
Once again, he still has to be careful of taking the kind of hits that they're going to dull out because the calls are not going to come Texas way. Calls are going to go SEC Georgia way. And
well, the calls haven't gone Texas's way all year because the Longhorns are still
even when they're home. You're right.
They're still dead last in opponent penalty yards per game. That's the second year in a row with that stat. So, don't expect a whole lot of handouts. But look, also Texas has been pretty undisciplined from a penalty standpoint this year. So, Texas, they had, I think, 8 penalties in the game in Austin against Georgia last year. They had 11 penalties in the SEC championship. So you'd like to be a little less than that if possible.
Definitely on the road you want to be.
You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. And Texas,
or
the head too. Yeah, and Texas did. Look, Georgia, the game in Austin, Georgia just came in and whipped our ass. There's no way around it. But the game in Atlanta, Texas was its own worst enemy at times with, again, missed field goals and a bunch of penalties and poor special teams play and a lot of other things.
So wrong on this. This is the first time I picked against Texas in 3 years.
Is that right?
Yep. I took Texas over Georgia both times last year.
I did have Georgia over Texas in the Austin game. I thought Texas would get some revenge in Atlanta, but little did I know, shit show Bert Auburn had something different up his sleeve. How could I have known? How could I have known? Oh, man.
Arch will have to be good, boy. They got to protect him, and they've got to get to the passer. Texas got to put that big rush on to make this kid. It's not like he has a spot either. He moves around. He moves around when he doesn't have to move around in the pocket,
Right. That's the good news.
He's got kind of happy feet.
Yeah, well, the lines of scrimmage are going to be huge in this game. I mean, it's the same thing we said before Oklahoma. It's the same thing we said before Vanderbilt. It's a common theme in this sport. I think everybody knows it. But, look, Texas, they lead the country in sacks. So you need your pass rush to make something happen. And it's not just the pass rush, right? Texas is a top 3 run defense in America. All right, you need your defensive line to win against the run and against the pass. Georgia's offensive line has played a lot better in the last month, but they do have 4 new starters from last year's squad. So there's been some times where that group hasn't looked all that elite like they have in recent years. So that is a matchup that I think Texas can win a lot tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be – the coach has to win this game. This is one of those – this is why you get the big money games because he's got a couple daddies out there
Who's
right
dad?
now.
Who's daddy?
Ryan Day is his daddy.
Yeah,
Kirby Smart is his daddy, and Duke
that
from Alabama right now is his daddy.
that's all it takes. You lose 2 games to somebody, and they're your daddy. That's all it requires. What
Oh,
in the Pedro Martinez is going on here?
I'll just say this: you can't lose 3 to your daddies.
I'd
That
prefer
becomes
not
a
to.
habit. That gets to be a trend.
Yeah, well, and you don't get to play Georgia until 2027. So your next
Oh,
shot at
good.
revenge
So we
is
don't
not
have to worry about that. That's one game we can chalk up every year. We don't have to worry about for a while, BK.
right. Yeah, I guess you could see him in an SEC championship or in a college football playoff game. But in terms of actually on the schedule right now, yeah, Texas will not face Georgia again
This is
after.
because of you. This is your influence on me now. I'm certainly not like this against the Horns. And now your disposition on this Georgia team over the last 2 years has been, okay, Buck, just, we could come close. It could be close. Could be a good game, but sorry.
That's good. That means I'm good at my job. I'm convincing. I
Yeah,
get
you're convincing. So that's why I got 30-17 for right now.
yeah.
Could go
Well,
up.
it's a big one for Steve Sarkisian, though. I won't disagree with you on that. I mean, Steve Sarkisian in his coaching career is 2-12 against top 5 teams. And during his time at Texas, he is just 1-6 against the top 5. That's regular season and playoffs. That one win, the trip on the road to Tuscaloosa a couple of years ago, and that double-digit victory over Alabama and Nick Saban. So, yeah, look, against top 10 teams, Steve Sarkisian has 2 wins this year. But against the top 5, he's 0-1 with Ohio State. Obviously, Georgia right now ranked number 5th in the country. So this is not beating top 5 teams is not easy. I'm not going to sit here and act like Stark should be 6-1 instead of 1-6.
Yeah.
But in these big games, these huge games, the biggest of games in his coaching career, he has come up short way more often than not. So obviously an opportunity to prove a lot of doubters wrong and shut a lot of people up for him. Obviously for the team, but especially for the head coach who people around the country still don't think can win the big game.
Somebody said, who was your daddy back in the day? Back in the day, Michigan was my daddy. Michigan, the Wolverines, and Notre Dame.
Both of them were your daddies.
They had pretty good programs. Yeah, they were my daddies.
As a player, as a coach, or both?
All
the above?
No, never beat them at Illinois ever. We were Ohio State's daddy at Illinois. Never lost to them. And, of course, never beat Notre Dame as a player or as a coach.
Yeah, Notre Dame is a lot of people's daddies.
Yeah.
They won a lot of games over the years. But you can become someone's daddy if you dominate them for decades. You can't become someone's daddy when you don't even lead the all-time
That's the kind of attitude that the guys have to take.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't.
They're not our daddies. They're not our daddies, guy.
I don't know if Sark is a bulletin board material guy. He acts like he isn't. I don't know how he is behind closed doors, but man, there is ample material for him to choose from if he is. Just turn on any TV station, open up any article, read any tweets. It just feels like nobody's giving Texas a chance in this football game.
Dude, this is the least amount for the last 2 years that I've listened to Paul Feinbaum. I just don't even want to hear them spout out that stuff. Like you said, you've heard him a couple times this week. I have not. I've stayed away from that show and those crazy hoodlums that come on his show. They make me laugh because they're like that's their life. I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about how incredible the program at Georgia is and how wonderful Kirby is and what a motivator and what's his name? Dick Stockton there is just having a great year.
Not Dick Stockton.
Dick Stockton's dead.
Gunnar Stockton. So you're looking for?
Yeah, Dick Stockton is dead. Yes.
Yeah, Dick Stockton is dead.
Went to college with his wife.
Oh, interesting.
At Boston College.
She's still alive? Do we know?
She's still alive.
Sorry for your loss, Mrs.
She was in sports. She did sport. What was her name?
Mrs.
No.
That's all I got.
I think when you look up her name, I mean, she's been in sports, but her last name was not Stockton.
Oh, that's not going to help me very much then.
No.
Dick Stockton wife?
Yeah.
Leslie Visser?
Leslie Visser, yes. You
They got
don't remember Leslie Visser for NFL?
they got divorced a few years
Oh,
before he passed,
oh, okay.
it appears.
She never called me. I was divorced at that time.
It could have happened. Um, yeah, God, I barely remember who this is. I feel like most of her career happened before I
Is most of our time spent with NFL stuff?
yeah, she was all over the place. Olympics, football, Final Four, NBA Finals, World Series. Seems like she was all over the place.
Yeah, she was around for a while.
It could have been. She's still alive, it appears.
Yeah, but I'm almost dead. So
Well, she's older than you. She's 72, so she's almost deader.
yeah, well, I like them old like that.
Yeah, I know you do. All right, we'll get back into Texas, Georgia. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Thursday press conference. We'll give a few more keys to the game as well. But before we dive back into the horns and the dogs, how about our first round of sponsor shout outs?
Tell our friends over at Sue Patrick since 1975, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. And they've got tons of items there just for you. Texas themed item, books, gifts, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. Love their polos. Digging their polo right now, a little long sleeve on today. Sir Patrick offers free shipping of online orders over $59. Plenty of room there at 5222 Burner Road. There's no excuse for you thinking I can't get there because the parking it'll be too far to get to the store. No, it'll be right dead smack in front of you and plenty of parking spaces. And you'll find the Jelly Cats there just for Christmas. No, not just for Christmas, just for any time. Anybody could use a Jelly Cat. I could use a Jelly Cat. I like that Bartholomew Bear. I'd love for him to be sitting here watching me do this show every morning over there in the big taco. I'm just not paying for it. That's all. So after I give you the winners today, go give me one of those big Jelly Cats. Give me that big sun. You
Yeah.
know?
All right.
Great too. I love Sue Patrick's. I love going over there, seeing the folks over there. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Love Sue Patrick. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Home.
Yeah.
Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas with a ton of experience. It's a father-son duo with more than 40 years of combined experience, and all of that experience is right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. It's top quality at affordable prices. They are licensed, they are insured, they are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They're at Bucky's house all the time. They just renovated Rodney's master bathroom at his place. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. Countless other Central Texans have as well. You should do the same. You can have them out right now for a free estimate. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Get more information there. Have them out to your place. Talk about your vision. They'll tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike McCall directly. Good dude, big Longhorn fan. He's become a great friend of ours. 512-633-9580.
Mike's fixing my gate, putting a new kind of lock on there to make it easy. And so he's got this thing wrapped. This thing is all wrapped up and it's got all these bungee cords so the dog doesn't get out. You know what he does? He jumps over the fence. I'm like, damn. I remember when I would have to try to straddle that thing and then fall onto the other side. I can't. It's a 6-foot fence. And I'm thinking, I used to be able to run, take one little pop on that and pop right, or grab it and jump on the other side. Dude, if I tried that now, I was thinking the other day, I said, can I do that? Can I just reach up on that bar and just jump over the top of that? No.
Game over.
Like I'm tripping, I'm hitting that leg and going face first into the rock pile.
If you tried that, you might be dead.
Ooh.
Yeah, don't try that.
No, then that lady doctor will say, I told you so.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were talking earlier. Yeah, you can't have a fall like that.
No.
That's not what you want.
Dumbass.
Oh, that is great. Well, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Also, a shout out to OLIPOP. I got like 3 in the fridge. I forgot to get one before the show, but love the OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. There's something you can drink. If you're trying to be a little bit healthier this time of year, you're going to be eating a lot with Thanksgiving, with the holiday season. You want to consume your calories via food. You don't need to consume them via drink. That's why OLIPOP exists. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. Probiotics. We've got plant fibers. We've got botanicals. Ingredients that help support good digestive health. I had sworn off soda for years because of how bad it was for me. OLIPOP got me back into soda. I love the taste. They've got more than 20 flavors to choose from. And again, every time I drink OLIPOP, I'm supporting my gut health. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you'll be doing the same for you. Get you some the next time you're at the store. Any store, it is OLIPOP.
Our good friends over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, where I will be tonight over at Avery Ranch, Belterra, Lakeway, and Bee Caves. I will be at Avery Ranch before the Lake Travis Round Rock Dragon game. I can't wait to get over there and say hello to folks over there with those 4 great locations. Pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops. Lonnie now has his spicy Nashville chicken sandwich. You know, he used to have that fried chicken. Now it's the spicy Nashville chicken sandwich. I may even try that one tonight over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, they've got great food, chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch daily, folks. Happy hour every day from 3 to 6. I will not be partaking in the happy hour, but you can. Great savings on glasses of wine, beer, and, of course, the cocktails that they have here. Last night was Prime to Wine on Thursday, where you get half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. Love the locations. Once again, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, Avery Ranch. Austin owned and operated since 2011. That's the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, folks.
There we go. Love the league. All right, couple of comments coming in saying that Dick Stockton is still alive, Buck. Why are you trying to kill a man who's still with us?
I thought Dick Stockton had passed away.
And a quick Google search says Dick Stockton still kicking it, 82 years young.
Wow.
So now he's on watch because he just put
Oh,
the
no.
If anything happens to Dick Stockton within the next 2 weeks, we know exactly who to blame. Chad
Hastings. Blame Chad Hastings. That's who told me.
Chad was your source on
remember that dude used to kill off people as soon as he started mentioning them?
It really was the craziest thing ever. I mean, he had a superpower unlike anything else that I've ever known. He would just talk about somebody. They didn't have to be old. It's not like he was talking about like a 100-year-old who was on the Smuckers ad earlier in the morning. It was like, oh, here's some 50-year-old celebrity. And then boom, 2 weeks later, gone. Just like that. He had immense power, that Chad Hastings.
He did. That's right.
Oh, man.
Sorry about that, Mr. Stockton.
Who's like Travis got tonight? I know high school playoffs started last night. A bunch of games coming up tonight and tomorrow as well. Who do you guys have?
Round Rock.
Round Rock.
Round Rock High.
Where y'all playing that game?
What is that? The Palace on Palmer or whatever that thing is called?
Palace on Palmer?
Yeah, that cement place. Wonderful people out there. They do a great job. Seems like we're there every year, but it'll be fun.
There you go.
Should be a good game for Lake Travis. That's a good start.
Best of luck to all of your favorite teams. I hope your team wins, whoever you're rooting for.
You know, I'm rooting for week 3 and going down to South Padre. Plays Los Fresnos or somebody like that.
Oh,
I love that trip. That was one of the great trips that I've taken in the state of Texas since I've been here. I'd never been to Padre Island, and when I went down there for a game and stayed like extra 2 days on the island there, it was glorious. The water, it's not like going down to Galveston. Like the water was like really blue.
Yeah, don't be dogging on Galveston, all right? Hey, for 2 days a year, the water in Galveston is blue. Don't worry about the other 363. For 2 days,
there are 2 days when it's actually like the Gulf of America?
It looks like AI, but it's like, oh, no. Actually, every once in a while, a long while, we get some good-looking water here in Galveston.
That place there was like, the beach was incredible, you know? It was a lot of – you know, they had told me they were starting to make the turn there where BK, they were trying to get rid of the spring break deal and bring the Olds down there. As soon as they start talking about that, I'm like, sounds like they're hoping casinos will open up. And that's where they'll down, you know, on the beach there, open up about 4 or 5 casinos like Atlantic City. And that'd be the spot.
Yeah, Padre's a good time, man. It's kind of a pain to get to, but once
that's a long haul. That's when I had to Border Patrol, and I always at that time was carrying a couple bottles of Tito's to bring as parting gifts when I go to places. So I
Mhm.
had like 2 bottles sitting in my back seat. I've rolled up to one of those border patrol guys, and those guys, once again, they never have a sense of humor. They don't want to joke about anything. They just want you to move along, and then they bring those mangy ass dogs that look like Zach. And I mean, they don't have like big German shepherds. You know, if you see that, now you understand. I mean, they got some little mangy dog that they got at the shelter there,
Like a
pretending like they can.
little chihuahua or something? What are you talking
No,
about?
I don't have that little. But they got. I think what they've done is they've gone and found herds of coyotes and turned them into like search dogs.
Mm. Okay, well, I'm not messing with
Rescue
coyotes.
coyotes. It's like that dog can't sniff weed or whatever. That dog, or that guy. I mean, you want to say a couple words to him, they'll look at you like, "What are you hiding?"
Yeah.
I ain't hiding nothing, Mister. It's terrible when you start sweating before you get your car rolls up to them. They start seeing you sweat. I'm like, but I loved it. I love the island. I love going across the causeway there and
Sure.
seeing the beautiful blue water. I haven't been. That's a long ass haul, man.
Yeah, 5.5 to 6 hours. I think it's been a long time since I've made that trip, but
Where do
it's
you fly in if you fly in? You fly into. I don't know if it's Padre you fly into. There's a
small
spot
airport
before that, a big town that has an airport, I believe. Not a big town, but
somewhere in Mexico.
no, it's before.
Okay. Yeah, I don't
It's
know. Boy,
before.
week 3, that's Aggie week, no?
I think it is. Oh no. I'll be here for the Aggie game. Sorry.
I wonder if it's like a Saturday, though. You get a Saturday game and then just boom,
Yeah,
Saturday
I
morning.
gotta believe they would do that. I would think you don't wanna mess that game up. You know,
Yeah,
you just talk to them. And a lot of times they'll talk to the people from there and bring them up and get a home game. They'll pay for your transportation, the night stay.
there you go. That works.
Yeah, last time I was there, I was on top of the building, the press box, open air,
Nice. On the roof?
on the roof. You
There you
you
go.
think where I was for the Austin High game, underneath the roof was bad.
Yeah,
This one is
don't look down. Don't look behind you and look down. That'll freak you
by
out.
the way, the wind blows down there.
Yeah, it does. Oh, it absolutely does.
So I was like, "Damn," because I had to climb a ladder to get up through the press box up on the roof to do the game. It was like, good lord.
Scary. All right. Well, best of luck to all of your favorite high school
Absolutely.
teams in the first round of
Trying to
the
get to Arlington.
playoffs. The road to Arlington starts this weekend. Well, the road to Atlanta potentially starts this weekend. I should say continues this weekend for Texas. Must-win game for Texas's SEC championship hopes. Of course, for the college football playoff, that's a different conversation for another time. Obviously, a big one, though, for Texas for a number of different reasons. We got some Steve Sarkisian sound from his Thursday press conference. Here was his introductory statement on his team's excitement level for tomorrow's matchup against Georgia.
Okay. I think for us this week has been one, very focused, very intentional by the players. I think that our guys really understand kind of where we're at in the season, that it wouldn't matter who the opponent is, that how important this game is when you look at the grand scheme of things. And so when they can do that, then you just focus on the game and you focus on the opponent, and then you recognize, okay, this is Georgia. They're a very good football team, top 5 football team in the country. They garner even more attention that way. And so from a player's perspective and a staff's perspective, I think it's been very intentional. I think that our guys' approach has been really good. It hasn't been about the hoopla. It hasn't about last year's games. It's been about what do we need to do in the next 5-6 days, starting earlier in the week, to get ourselves in the best position to perform against a quality football team in a tough environment.
Yep, all the right things right there. Can't
Yeah.
worry about last year or this year. You know, you got
Right.
to figure out what you can do to you don't repeat what happened last year. You make your field goals, you do the right things, protect your quarterback, you find a way to run the ball. You know, you've had an extra week off, so see if you come up with some stuff. He's got to come up with some stuff himself, and those guys have to be able to execute it. You know, a lot of times you get to execute that run game, you know, and you get to have the spring in the run game, you get to have the fall in the run game. We're going to try this. We're going to try it till it works, till we get the right either running back or the right scheme up front. You only got a week. You only got a week to come up with and you can't come up with 8 of them, you know?
Right. Yeah, the chess match. I mean, you've got elite coaches on both sides of this football game. And the chess match between Steve Sarkisian and Kirby Smart / Glenn Humann is going to be fascinating. Also,
Yes.
the chess match between Georgia offensive coordinator Mike Bobo and Pete Kwiatkowski is going to be fascinating. So, yeah.
People don't like Bobo. That's funny. How long has that guy been there? Has he won a national champion? Has he won some national championships?
No, he was not there. So he was there before they won their national championships. He went to the NFL for a couple of years and then came back after their back-to-back national titles.
They start bashing people. They bash him first.
Yeah. Yeah. They for some reason don't like. I mean, Georgia's offense has been incredible this year. And yeah, they will get after the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he doesn't get credit for it. No, the quarterback has overcome the game plan. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, think about Texas. Think about how Texas fans are right now. Like Steve Sarkisian has raised the bar so much here that anytime Texas loses a game, people lose their minds, right? Like think about what Georgia's done. They've done a lot more than Texas in recent years.
I know.
So anytime Georgia loses to anybody, it's a massive upset. They're not quite there. I don't know if anybody will ever be there. But dude, whenever Nick Saban would lose a game, there's all this discourse about is he done? Has he lost his fastball? Is it time for us to make a change?
Wow.
It's dude, it's one game. It's one game. What are we doing here? It's one game. They're going to be perfectly fine. So that's about where Georgia fans are right now. They expect everything to be perfect because they won back-to-back national titles and they've had so much success. Their fans lose it if something is just a little off from where they want it to. I mean, Georgia message board, they were down 7-0 to Mississippi State. And you got people we suck. Fire this guy. Fire that guy. We're horrible. It was a game they won 41-21.
Yes.
And you got fans bitching and moaning. So that's the bar right there. So I think Mike Bobo has done a tremendous job. The stats, the eye test. Talk about Gunnar Stockton here. This is not like Trevor Lawrence coming out of high school or anything like that. This is a guy that a lot of people had questions about going into the year, and he's been fantastic for them. And they've ran the ball pretty well, especially last week. And they've got a bunch of new offensive linemen, and they're starting to play better. So their offense is very good. Pete Kwiatkowski, we know, is one of the best defensive minds in the sport. That's obviously a big-time matchup, making sure PK can come up with a game plan to slow down what has been one of the best Georgia offenses in recent years.
30-17 still.
Okay. All right. More sound from Steve Sarkisian here. This isn't going to help you. He was asked about Georgia being tough to kill. It's interesting. Georgia's played 7 conference games this year. They have trailed after the first quarter in 6 of them. Pretty wild stat.
Yeah.
And yet they've only lost 1 SEC game. They're 5-1 in those games where they've trailed after the first quarter. So they are hard to kill. They like getting it out of the mud. They don't get phased just because you might start fast against them. It takes 60 minutes against those guys.
Oh yeah, that's a 60-minute group. One thing about the Longhorns now, even if they blow a lead, they've been around for 60 minutes too in a lot of games now. They've been in those kind of battles, so they can go toe-to-toe with them. And to me, it's the snowball effect when it starts going, because somebody's side is going to get it where it starts rolling pretty good. And how you're going to stop it on either side. I'm talking for the Horns or for Georgia. Yep. How do they do that? One thing I do know that Georgia will be there in the fourth quarter because that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams will be there in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
I don't think this game is a blowout either way. So this game could come down to 5, 6, 7 plays that just Texas needs to make. SEC title game came down to just a few plays. Georgia made them. Texas didn't. That's why Georgia won the conference. So I think there will just be a few moments in this game that we're going to be looking back on and saying, okay, that's why we won or that's why we lost. So can you make those winning plays? A lot of teams have had situations like that against Georgia this year. So far, Alabama's the only team to find a way to get it done. Ole Miss had a big lead in their house. They couldn't do it. Tennessee had plenty of chances. They couldn't do it. Auburn had their moments. Florida had their moments. It's not like this team has just rolled through everybody that they've played, but you've got to find a way late in the second half against an amazing team in a tough place to win to just do the right thing, make those winning plays in crunch time. That is going to be the difference. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about Georgia being tough to kill.
I think it's all of it. I think that they've got a culture in place. They've won a lot of games for a long time, and they've won a lot of games where they've come back. And I think one thing that happens is, when you come back in a game at Tennessee, when you're dead and gone and you come back and win in overtime, when you come back in a game against Ole Miss, when you couldn't stop them, and then you find a way to get a couple stops in the fourth quarter, when you come back in a game against Alabama, even though they didn't win, it's like they believe that they can come back. And I think sometimes you have to get in those positions to find out if that's truly who we are. No different than us. I think we needed that Mississippi State game to come back and win so that we can instill that belief in us too. Now, I think we fought hard all year. We came back in Ohio State, had the ball at the end. We fought hard at Florida, came back, we had the ball at the end. But when you finally get over the hump one time, that instills belief in everybody in the organization. And I think Georgia believes that it doesn't matter what the score is or how much time's left on the clock, they got a chance, and they're not going to go away. And again, I think that's credit to a lot of people in the organization. And year in and year out, recreating that, I think is vitally important as well. And they've created that this season.
Yeah, they just play hard for 4 quarters. Nobody wants to create that deal. I don't want Texas to be in that situation where they get a chance to come back. Screw that. I want their foot on their throat, pedal, on the gas, and push down very, very hard. I don't want them coming back. If the case where you're up, you need to stay up. You need to stay aggressive because they're going to get more aggressive. So that's the way they roll. I just have noticed that about them. Period. It's not their ability to come back. It's their ability to sustain for 4 quarters.
Yeah,
they don't have a lot of lulls. They may get down by somebody making a mistake, but they don't stay. They just come back, in the third. They'll come back in the fourth, whether they're down 14, 17. They had just a way of playing football for 4 quarters. Not a lot of teams can do. That's hard to do.
Yeah, and those 3 games that Steve Sarkisian referenced there, they gave up touchdowns on the first 2 possessions against Alabama, Tennessee, and Ole Miss. They actually gave up touchdowns to Tennessee on their first 3 drives. They gave up touchdowns to Ole Miss on the Rebels' first 5 possessions of the game. And yet they won 2 of those. So it's one of those things. Obviously, you want Texas to get off to a fast start tomorrow. If the Longhorns can play with the lead, that's much better than the alternative. But this Georgia team, it doesn't matter if your offense scores a lot early. The Dogs have been getting stops late to give their team a chance. So it's not just 1 quarter. I mean, you got to be buttoned up for all 60 minutes, especially in their place. And that's the challenge because we haven't seen this Texas team play like a full 60 minutes of clean football. Vanderbilt was the closest thing. If the refs don't do some ridiculousness, and I think if Texas is a little healthier, the Vandy comeback doesn't happen. But guess what? It did happen. The Oklahoma game, the second half was great, but the first half, Texas was down at recess. Like, we have not seen this team put it together for 60 minutes yet against a Power 4 team. That's probably what it's going to take
for sure
to win this one tomorrow. So, all right, we'll get to our guest. I see him in the waiting room. Before we talk to Jake Rowe, we will give a few more sponsor shout-outs here real quick, Buck.
Hello, our friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized, patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you back into good health and a great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir, and some love to audio-visual consultations as well. I know our man Tom McKay would love us to give the Dallas Stars some love this morning. The Dallas Stars scored a touchdown and kicked the extra point in Montreal last night. They beat the Habs 7-0 in Montreal. The Dallas Stars are playing some great hockey right now.
They went out of America and did that?
They went out of America. Yeah, they did that to the Canadians. They beat Ottawa a couple of days ago. Now they're beating Montreal. It's good times for the Dallas Stars. And it's always good times when you deal with AV consultations. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, what a holiday gift you can give yourself. You're going to be taken care of your loved ones, your family, your friends, but take care of yourself with an upgraded home TV setup with audiovisual consultations. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business since 1988. TVs, surround sound speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance cameras, anything automated, anything technology, they can install it in your home or your business. All you have to do is give them a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
And if you get a chance this morning, head over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. They're open up at 7 a.m. to 3. They're not a dinner place. It's breakfast, brunch, lunch, or you could have lunch at breakfast, breakfast at lunch. They've got, what they have there. They've got the wonderful pancakes. They've got the burgers, but at any time you can have that. By the way, you could have a drink if you like at 8 a.m. That's on you. You like that. They probably, they probably got Altstadt Beer there.
Don't get me wrong. I love doing this show, but if I could have a drink in my hand right now, it'd be much better. Much better.
Oh, my God. You can get Altstadt Beer there, of course.
Yeah, you can.
The number one beer in the world.
That's it. Altstadt Beer. I'll be drinking some this weekend. Hopefully drinking in celebration and not drinking in sorrows, but for your watch parties tomorrow, for whatever you have going on this weekend. It's going to be a gorgeous one here in Central Texas. Make sure you're accompanying your good times with the best beer there is. Altstadt has a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. All brewed locally in Fredericksburg, all easy to find wherever you buy your beers. If you're hitting the bars, if you're hitting the restaurants, they've got it all over the place. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. All right. Very excited about this conversation. We're talking Texas. We're talking Georgia, the big game just over 24 hours away. And joining us now to preview the Georgia side of this matchup is Jake Rowe from Dogs HQ, part of the On3 Network. Jake, good to see you, man. Thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
Guys, appreciate you having me, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, we are too. We are too. It's one of the games of the year in college football, the game of the weekend in college football. And I'd love to get your thoughts. Obviously these two teams played twice last year, but one was in Austin and one was in Atlanta. This is the first time ever that the Texas Longhorns will be playing between the hedges. What's the excitement level? Obviously, we know it's a top 10 matchup, SEC title implications, college football playoff implications, but just what's the excitement level for Georgia fans with the fact that Texas is coming to town for the first time ever?
Oh, man, this one's kind of been, obviously Alabama, it had been a while since Alabama had been to Athens. And, again, Alabama breaks another streak of Georgia's. They broke them all since the national title run. But this one was different. This one was a little special. All offseason, folks were ready for Texas to come for the first time. I think a lot of Georgia fans made that trip to Austin last year and really enjoyed themselves. And honestly, this is going to sound like kind of pie in the sky. I think a lot of them were kind of genuinely ready to show off their town because Athens is nowhere near as big as Austin, but there's like 4 blocks, not 4 blocks, maybe like 8 blocks, but like 3 streets of just kind of what you see in Austin. And it's a lot smaller, but it's a lot of fun. And I think a lot of folks are really excited to kind of host Texas and bring them in. There is some rivalry building here, but I don't know about bad blood just quite yet. And if there is, it's because Texas fans fit right in the SEC. They've quickly unendeared themselves when it comes to that. And that's what makes the SEC fun is that let's get angry at each other and talk some smack and have fun and do all that stuff before the game. And then afterward, win or lose, let's find the good ones and have a drink with them and goof off.
Yeah, I felt that way last year when Georgia fans were in Austin. I mean, Schultz Beer Garden was just packed with just wonderful folks, grown men barking a lot. But they had fun. I think they really
at kids. They'll bark at the kids. There's so many kids that their parents are going to bring them to Athens, and they're going to get horns down and barked at the same time. And there's no trauma. It's just going to toughen them up a little bit, and they're going to become more grizzled college football fans. It's just part of the thing,
It was just kind of annoying, but it was great. They were great fans. They were there to root their team on. They were great here to have a good time, spend some money in Austin, and they did just that. And then they whooped some ass along the way. So that always helps.
Yeah.
Jake, talk about this, the offense and the way this team has matured offensively. I mean, there are a lot of people that are missing on the offensive line or, they don't have the great back, but all of a sudden, you're missing a quarterback. Carson Beck is no longer there. And all of a sudden, it's kind of started to mature. You can start to see this offense come together. The wide receivers actually catch the ball now. It's a little different than last year's team.
It's very different than last year's team. Just for nothing else, improvement. Like Georgia was the same offense in week 1 last year as it was in game 14 against Notre Dame. The same issues, the exact same ones. And I wrote that column after the season, just improvement eluded Georgia last year. And then you go back and you look, not necessarily game 1 and game 2, because they had a couple of cupcakes out of the gate, but you go to Tennessee and Georgia was a turnstile and a revolving door at the same time against Tennessee on the right side of the offensive line. I mean, I think I'm not a big believer in Pro Football Focus grades just because I don't know much about them and I don't know how much they know about what's supposed to be done. But the grades were awful. I mean, like in the below 20 for a couple of guys, and it was just terrible. And they've gotten healthier and they've gotten better. And now they kind of have 6-7 guys that they really feel good about along the offensive line. And, the running backs have improved. Nate Frazier's coming off a breakout game against Mississippi State, but he's been close. Chauncey Bowens has been really good. But I think the main thing, if you're looking at all of it, is the improvement from Gunnar Stockton. And I came into the season, took a lot of flack from the Georgia fans early in the year because I was really critical of Gunnar and felt like he was leaving a lot on the table. I've grown from very skeptical and, hey, what does this matchup look like for Gunnar, to I think defenses kind of have their, not necessarily to a Heisman level or a game changer level or anything like that, but you've kind of got your hands full keeping him down because he can run it, he can throw it, he can figure it out, he's tough, he can take shots. And he just does a really good job of staying in the moment and not doing like Carson Beck did at times last year, which I'm a Carson Beck apologist if there is one, of not trying to play outside the bounds of the offense and trying to do too much and trying to force it. He focuses. I've said it like this: instead of trying to do more, Gunnar just tries to do better. And I think that fits this Georgia identity of the offense and everything else really well because he's got better players around him than Carson had last year too.
Yeah, Jake Rowe of Dogs HQ joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah, some of those weapons. Love to get your thoughts on Zach Branch, but more so, Jake, the 3 tight ends. I mean, it's every year with Georgia. It's like clockwork. They have like 3 tight ends who would start at any team in the country, and it just doesn't matter who they trot out there. Those guys are going to make some things happen. Why have those weapons been so good for Gunnar Stockton in this Georgia passing game this year?
They weren't early in the year. Like that was one of the big criticisms is Gunnar can't get the tight ends involved. And I think as he has settled in, they've become a bigger and bigger factor. Oscar Delp's playing really good football. And, you look at Texas and, Kentucky, even in a 16-13 game, Josh Caddis and Willie Rodriguez really gave Texas some problems, made some big catches. I think it was like 5 for 55 between the two, which is a solid output day for, a tight end, especially in a game where you only score 13 points. And then obviously, Vanderbilt's, tight end, the Stowers kid, Eli Stowers had a big game. I'm pretty sure Mississippi State with the Traore kid had a pretty big game. I think that's a matchup Georgia can exploit, especially when you couple it with the other guy you were talking about, Zachariah Branch. This offense kind of runs through him from a non-quarterback standpoint. Like he's kind of that next guy. Screen game, run game extension, even throwing the ball downfield more of late. He's had a little bit of a ripple effect on everybody else. And so if you're going to try and, you got a guy on the slot with a two-way go, which is always the danger of dealing with a slot receiver who's also really dangerous in the screen game. All of a sudden you've got a safety and you've got a nickel that you're trying to kind of bracket this guy with and play leverages. Well, that's 2. So somebody else is getting a favorable matchup somewhere, especially when you've got a quarterback that adds +1 in the run game. So that's been why the tight ends have been that way. Now, none of these guys are Brock Bowers. None of them are like, hey, put 2 on him, put 3 on him. We're still going to throw him the football. No. But I look back to last year's game, and these teams are wildly different. Don't get me wrong. But one of the biggest plays in that game was Texas pulls out pulls it to within 1 score. Georgia runs kind of a little flea flicker looking thing where they come back and, they leak Oscar Delp out. He makes a big catch. Georgia's found a way to be explosive with the tight ends more than anything else. And between Oscar Delp, Lawson Lucky is healthy. He will play in this game after that big hit last week that was pretty scary. And Elias Williams is the other one you really got to keep an eye on because he has gotten touches and targets early in just about every game. The true freshman, 6'7", 240 pounds. They've got, like you said, they've got 3 guys they can roll to, and they've also got Jaden Riddell too, who's playing some pretty good football. So they do need to get those guys involved and try to exploit that from a Texas standpoint, even though Michael Taft is back and kind of gives them a little bit of some diagnostic help there when it comes to dealing with the tight end.
Also, you've seen the secondary last couple of games, how without Michael Taft back there, things are a little confusing back there at times.
Yeah, no doubt. That's something that I don't think fans will ever. Some will, but I don't think the large group of fans really understand. Like your quarterback back there, your guy that fixes everybody, and turns. Everybody's going to make mistakes in the back end, right? Like everybody's going to have a handful of game, but the guy that can kind of take you down to 3 or 4 mistakes in the secondary, as opposed to a half dozen to a dozen. That guy's very valuable, and that's who Michael Taft is for Georgia. For Texas, and Georgia's kind of missed that guy this year. Georgia is blowing a lot of coverages in the back end. They're getting a little better, but that's been probably the biggest problem for this secondary this year.
Yeah. One more on the Georgia offense, because then I want to dive into what you just talked about, Jake. But you mentioned the offensive line and how they've been playing a lot better as of late. And it feels like there's more confidence with some of the depth that the Dogs have up front right now. But Texas leads the country in sacks right now. Texas has a top 3 rush defense in college football. Is there any concern with Georgia? Like, it's nice that we've been doing it against Florida and Mississippi State, but is there any concern about this matchup with an elite front like Texas coming in?
Yeah, Texas is by far the best front Georgia will have played, especially at home this year. I mean, Auburn's really good up front too. I still don't think they're as good as Texas, but nobody's close to what Texas is going to bring to Sanford Stadium. And one of the most impressive things about Texas is they rush the passer just as well on the road as they do at home. They lead the SEC. Now they've played 5 road games this year, or played 5 games away from home this year. So they've had a little bit more opportunity, but I think they've got 18 road sacks this year. And it's tough to run. It's tough to, when the offensive line kind of has that extra tick to get a head start on. They know the count. They know the cadence. It's tough. It's tough on the defense to get sacks, and Texas has manufactured those. They've gotten those with great edge play. Burke and Simmons are phenomenal, and they play the run, I feel like, just as good as they play the pass. So Texas doesn't, whereas they don't have, and the January kid was phenomenal against Mississippi State, so he might be kind of growing into that guy. They don't have that like one straw that stirs the drink on the interior, but they run a handful of guys at you, and then they just beat you to death from the edges. So there has to be a little bit of concern there. I think, Georgia's offensive line has played really well at home, but they haven't played a front like this yet. And that matchup is key because it's one of those things where I look at it, I'm like, coming into this game, you got Texas 6.5-point dog, 6-point dog, depending on where you look. And they've got to win that battle, I feel like. Texas has to win that battle up front with its defensive front against Georgia, because if Georgia comes in and stalemates or wins that battle and goes for 4.5 a carry, it's going to be a really hard game to win. But I think the opposite's true too. If Texas comes in and holds Georgia to under 3 a carry and sacks Gunner Stockton 3 or 4 times, Georgia's going to have a tough time winning the game too.
Well, you know Kirby well. What is his thought process talking with his team this week about? I mean, obviously this is championship talk. It's a championship game. It's not winner takes all because there's still the remainder of the SEC to be played. But what kind of talk will he talk with the kids this week about?
If Georgia's players have listened at all this week, they have heard probably dozens of times, you did not beat Texas. None of you beat Texas last year. Like, you may have been on the team, but you weren't part of this team did not beat Texas at all. So none of that matters. Beating a team twice in one season is, especially a team as good as Texas was last year, is a really impressive feat. One of the most impressive things I think Georgia's done outside of winning a national championship. But he has preached to them all week that this team did not beat Texas. And I think that's probably been the biggest message there is, hey, defend your turf. Georgia always wants to defend their turf at home, and they've been really good at home. They've lost one game since 2019 at home, and that was earlier this year. It was a night game. It was a game that we're saying a lot of the same things about Texas that we said about Alabama. You know, the little bit vulnerable along the offensive line and you know, not running the ball very well. All of those things were being said about Alabama, yet Alabama came in and converted 1 million third downs and beat Georgia. But the big thing is defend your turf, and none this football team has accomplished nothing when it comes to the University of Texas, and I'm sure that's been preached all week long.
Yeah, Jake Rowe, Dogs HQ, joining us here on Bucky and BK. All right, Jake, you know, flipping the script a little bit. What's going on with the Georgia defensive line? Like I you know, the stats say one thing, the eye test says something. 119th in sacks per game, 125th in TFLs. I saw this. Georgia has 35 TFLs this year through 9 games. They had 25 in the 2 games against Texas alone last year. It's very weird for a Kirby Smart, Glenn Schumann defense. What's going on with the Georgia defensive front? Why have they been so mediocre, at least by dog standards, this year?
Well, they got gutted at the edge position. I mean, Damon Wilson transfers out whenever he was gonna. I mean, it's the world of college football now, right? Like, I mean, it's where you're at. I mean, Georgia has had 4 or 5 edges drafted in the first round in the past 4 or 5 NFL drafts, and then you got a guy who transfers out to Missouri for a better opportunity whenever he was going to be the starter. That's just the way it goes now, you know. And they lost Damon Wilson, who was kind of going to be that game wrecker type player for them. Jalen Walker, Michael Williams, Chaz Chambliss, all the guys who played really well against Texas last year, they all move on to the NFL, and they kind of got gutted there. And, you know, Georgia's kind of got this habit, and I'm not sure if they're there yet, even though they've shown some signs of it. They've got this habit of, you know, getting up to that October bye week with, they did it in 2022. They had 7 sacks in 7 games going to that. They had 28 sacks after that. Now, they didn't get to DJ Lagway in the Florida game coming right out of that bye, but they ran him around all over the place. He threw for 166 yards because he was constantly kind of on the move. They sacked Mississippi State 3 times last week and then knocked Blake Shapen out of the game on a hit where they didn't sack him. I think they're finding it. They're a little bit of a groove in terms of getting to the quarterback and affecting the quarterback, but they're just not a good pass rush team. I mean, I think that's just flat out what we're talking about here. What's kind of wild though, and I think it's in its own way, it's a little bit impressive. They're one of the best run defenses in the SEC without the benefit of sacks and tackles for loss. Yeah. You know, like Texas, you know, and I'm not, it's all part of it. I'm not trying to take away anything because I think Texas is better up front holistically than Georgia is, no doubt. But Texas is 2 whatever yards per carry they're allowing is booned by 221 sack yards this year. Georgia hasn't had the benefit of that yet. They're just a little over 3 a carry. So they're really good at striking blockers and fit and run and allowing 1-2 yards on first and second down and stopping teams that way. But they're just not good at getting in the backfield. They're certainly not good at finishing. They have had some really good looks, especially early in games, at getting to the quarterback. I would say probably 8 to 12 in big games, and they're just not finishing on the quarterback. And I think a lot of that's because of youth. They have a lot of guys that are either contributing in their first year at Georgia or second, or they've been on campus. They were on campus last year, got a cup of coffee, and they're doing that. They've got a lot of guys who just haven't played a ton of football up front, but they're growing and they're getting better. It's just a matter of, you know, hey, you start to kind of borrow from Peter to pay Paul. Well, when you do that, an offensive coordinator like Steve Sarkisian, who hasn't been all that successful against Georgia just yet at Texas, well, guys can kind of figure that pattern out and find a way to exploit it.
Jake, for Texas trying to run the football, it's been a struggle this year with all the changes on the offensive line and guys just not being good enough. How is the perimeter of the Georgia's defense getting outside? Do guys hold the fort pretty well, or can you bounce outside? Because that's where I think the yards are going to be made if Texas is to run the football, whether it's, you know, sweeps by the wide receivers, toss sweeps by the backs. I don't see it between the tackles. You know, the physical game that Texas has played, now they played 2 pretty physical games, and they won both of them. You know, the Vanderbilt game, the Oklahoma game. I just don't know against Georgia. Can they be physical enough inside the tackles?
You know, what's funny is you lose those edge players and you think, you know, oh man, this is a ripple effect. This is not just pass rush. This is that, but they've actually been better at defending the perimeter run with the guys they have. And I don't know if that's kind of a focus, like, hey, listen, you know, kind of pick your poison. We're going to, you know, maybe give up a little bit in the pass rush, but Quintavious Johnson, despite the lack of sack numbers, is a very, very good outside linebacker. Like, he's a very good player against the run. He's bigger than what Georgia's typically had at that outside backer position there at 6'5", 255 pounds. And he played, you know, he's been really good on the edge. That, you know, Jonel Aguero, who played really well against Texas in the first matchup, wasn't quite healthy for the second matchup, is really good at star. The safeties are good at kind of coming up and defending there. They're a good tackling football team. So they, across the board, they're a really solid to very good run defense. Teams have had way more success just bombing them, just going right at them, throwing the ball downfield, getting them to bust a coverage, getting them to panic while the ball's in the air and you know, tackle the receiver essentially. I mean, they've done some of that. A lot of DPI penalties. But if the ball's in front of them, Georgia typically plays it quite well. It's the teams that have been able to attack the seams and push the ball vertically that have given Georgia more trouble.
Yeah, Jake Rowe, Dogs HQ, joining us. A couple more for you, Jake. You know, more of a macro question here. Do you feel like this Georgia team is good enough to win a national title?
Yeah, I do, and I feel like both of these teams are good enough to win a national title for the same reason. You know, Georgia's gotten patted on the back and all year long about its resiliency and about how hard it is to kill. And why we can say the same thing about Texas. I mean, you want to talk about a team that's hard to kill. I mean, listen, both teams have done a really good job of putting themselves in some adverse situations. You know, like they've been excellent at that. And, you know, go back to the Florida game, right? Texas had chances in that. If they could have protected, I think Texas had a chance to tie that game and send it to overtime and win that game. The Ohio State game kept itself in it, made a little bit of a charge late. Mississippi State, Kentucky, you know, all of those. I mean, Vanderbilt got on 21-0 in the fourth quarter, but like you guys said, there was a little officiating hijinks in that one. So I think both of these teams can because they just – it's hard to keep them on the ground. Like, you can lay on them. You can cuff them. You can do anything you want. They're going to find a way to get up. They're the guy that's escaped from Alcatraz like 3 times. And that's a tough team to beat. And so I think both of these teams, because of just that, you know, Georgia, because of the clear improvement. I haven't had a chance to follow Texas as much, but you look at the numbers, they're trending up. And I think some of that's because Texas has turned into more of a run game extension type of offense and have kind of figured out that, hey, most of our pass game being a downfield game because of our interior offensive line and because of our inability to run the football is not the ticket. So let's extend the run game. Let's get the ball in Ryan Wingo's hands and other guys as quick as possible and let them make plays has really paid off for them. But ultimately, they're really tough to beat. They're really talented, and they play good enough defense to, you know, when you can stop the run, you can kind of keep yourself in just about every ball game. It's tough for teams to put their knee on your neck when they've got to dink and dunk you to keep the clock moving late. And I think all of those things, you know, factors, I think both of these teams can. And I look from the Georgia angle at the improvement and the trajectory of some key players like Gunnar Stockton, like the guys that are working in the pass rush, like the run game. And yeah, I think both of these teams can. And not only that, I think there's this narrative out there that, oh man, Ohio State. You got a lot of respect for them, and I think they're got a really good team, and they should be the favorite to win a national championship. I don't see a team that nobody can beat. Yeah. You know, I just don't see that type of talent at Ohio State this season. And I you know, they kind of remind me of Oregon last year. You know, like they're kind of running through it and making it happen, but ultimately, when it comes down to playoff time and everybody's locked in and focused and ready to roll, I think that they've kind of coasted a little bit this season, and I wonder how they'll deal with tough game stacked together.
Now, Jake, will Kirby and his staff directional punt and not kick the ball to nibble it? You got a great punter. They're not going to play. You got a punter that's like an NFL type of punter. He's not going to make a mistake. I mean, and punt it where he's supposed to put it in the left corner somewhere where he gets a a 40-yard or a 35-yard punt, but it's out of bounds. They're not just kicking it to the kid and running down and covering, are they?
No, I would be shocked if they didn't spend some significant time on trying to put something together to kind of keep Ryan Niblett at bay in this game. I mean, because that's a game change. I mean, the stats on giving up a punt return or any sort of special teams touchdown and trying to win are pretty remarkable. I mean, you give up a non-offensive touchdown in a game.
Yeah.
You lose most of the time. And I would be shocked if they didn't spend a lot of time this week trying to figure out a specific strategy that they're going to stick to try and limit him. Now, I will say this, one position at Georgia and two guys play it that is, man, if I've heard Kirby talk about this position, he talks about it just as much as the quarterback is gunners. Like he loves his gunners on the punt team. He is a big fan of those guys. And so I'm sure those guys have been yelled at, berated, and called everything but a child of God this week in practice about the task ahead of them with Ryan Niblett, no doubt.
All right, Jake, last one. Score prediction. You mentioned it earlier. The Dogs 6.5-point favorites right now. We know how tough Georgia's been against everybody. We know how tough they've been at home in recent years. I would guess you're picking Georgia, but would love a score prediction for tomorrow night.
Yeah, I am going to pick Georgia just because I really don't know how this game is going to go. Like, the matchup is so odd to me because it's so different than, Texas is different. Georgia's different. I don't think either team is as talented as they were a year ago. But Georgia's not going to go in there and sack Arch Manning 6-7 times and, create double-digit tackles for a loss. That's just not who they are. But I do like the matchup for Georgia just from the standpoint of Texas struggled so much in a real big, bad road environment at Florida. Like, it was just, they struggled up front. They struggled at quarterback. And I think this is going to be a similar road environment for them. Coming off the bye week, all bets are off. But I would say Georgia. I like Georgia to kind of score late to kind of put it away. But it's going to be a tight game for all four quarters. I think this is one of those deals where these teams kind of trade punts there in the late third, early fourth, and then Georgia with a small lead, gets a touchdown. I think I'm honestly stalling right now because I'm trying to remember what I picked whenever I turned in my picks. I think it was 24-14 or 24-17. I can't remember what it was, but that's the kind of way I see that playing out. And I've watched a lot of Texas this year, and if this is the game where they click offensively and they play to their potential, Georgia's in trouble. But it's just hard to say, hey, they're going to do that because they haven't really. And I wonder how much of what we saw. Georgia played Mississippi State last week, guys, and ran right through them. So I don't know how good Mississippi State is defensively. Auburn ran right through Vanderbilt last week. I don't know how good Vanderbilt is defensively. So is Texas really finding it, or is Texas, kind of the same team and that it was in those previous weeks? Time will tell. It's just a tough game to get a beat on because I know that there's a football team wearing burnt orange, or they'll be wearing all white on Saturday. I know there's a team over there that's extremely dangerous. I just don't know if they're going to be dangerous on that night.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. They've been up and down all season long. So even Texas fans aren't quite sure what to expect from this Texas team on any given Saturday. Jake Rowe, Dogs HQ. Jake, great stuff, man. Really appreciate the time. Enjoy the game, and hopefully we get the chance to chop it up again soon.
Hey, consider me a friend of the show. You guys bring me on anytime. We'll talk about anything. I'll help you do some of those ad reads you guys were doing a while ago. I'll do anything. I enjoyed talking with you guys.
You're the man. Goes both ways, Jake. Appreciate your time, brother.
Thank you, man.
Thanks,
all right, there he goes. Jake Rowe, Dogs HQ. Looking for great Georgia content. Check out Dogs HQ, part of the On3 network. And yeah, good stuff on Georgia. You can tell Jake's been doing his homework on Texas. And I think, as I mentioned at the end, every Longhorn fan is like kind of curious, what version of Texas are we going to get? I think everybody feels like, okay, if Texas plays its game, they can go win tomorrow night. But if we get the version of Texas we saw at Florida, if we get the version of Texas we saw for 3 quarters at Mississippi State, then this thing could get a little ugly tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think Georgia's more likely to make a comeback if it's in the fourth quarter than Texas coming back against Georgia. So that's why I think you got to be up in a hurry. You got to be in the battle into that fourth quarter. And if you want to go just toe-to-toe in the fourth quarter, that's fine. If it was starting out like 0-0 in the fourth quarter, I would love it. But I just don't know what the snowball effect is because they can't quite run the ball, what that's going to do.
Yeah, you've gotta be able to deal with adversity too. Like, one thing that Texas has done a really good job of during this 4-game win streak, they've only turned it over once.
Yes.
Total, not per game. 1 turnover in the last 4 games for Texas. So
I think that's key. That's key, BK. I think you hit it right there. The things they have done, one thing, they may not have been able to run the ball. They sure protected it, though.
Yeah, you had 3 in each game against Georgia last year. Look, hopefully you have 0. That goes without saying. There's a good chance you have at least 1 against a defense like this in an atmosphere like this. How do you respond? How do you get up off the mat? There's going to be some adversity. You might have a coverage bust and give up a big play. You might have a bad turnover. You might have, I don't know, Georgia make a big play on special teams. Whatever. Something's going to go against you tomorrow. Hell, a few things are going to go against you tomorrow.
Yes.
There might be some bad calls. Texas didn't do a good job. Sark said this after Vanderbilt. Like, yeah, there were some shitty calls, but we got to do a better job responding to that. So how does Texas respond to adversity? Because in Columbus, not so much. In the Swamp, not so much. Kentucky and Mississippi State, they found ways to win those football games, but there was a lot of bad. And I think everybody knows that Georgia's a lot better than either of those teams. So how do you respond on the road when times get tough? Haven't seen a ton of good from Texas in that category this year. And it goes without saying we're going to need to see it tomorrow.
Yeah, and they're not kicking the ball to nibble it. Their punters really. I was checking that dude. That dude can punt it now.
Oh, he's awesome. He killed Texas last year.
Wow.
Like, that was, again, I keep bringing up the SEC title game. No, Texas averaged 39 yards per punt. Georgia averaged 53.5 yards per punt on 4 punts.
Yeah, you lose yardage in the punt game.
No.
Can't let that ball bounce. He'll get it up there nice and high to you.
Yeah. Like, hey, you got Bomeister. You got a much better punter now. I don't think he's as good as their guy, Brett Thorson. That guy's going to be an NFL punter for a long time. But you've got a guy who can flip the field too, and that could also be a difference maker tomorrow.
For sure.
I'll tell you what, I did like hearing Jake talk about how much Kirby Smart loves Georgia's Gunners. Because if he loves those guys so much, he might be like, all right, Ryan Niblett, I know you're pretty good, but I trust our guys here. So we're going to go ahead and punt, and they're going to tackle you.
Dude, he's smart. He's a good coach. He's won national championships. He's not a dumbass.
He's not Kirby dumb, huh?
No, he's Kirby smart. He's not going to do that. Why do that if you got a directional guy who can kick it in the corner? Guess what? You may lose yards, but the guy doesn't get to touch the ball or return the ball. Now, you can't have Shanks trying to be cute, hitting the corners. You can't lose 20, 30 yards because you shanked it off your side. But that guy sounds like the guy who's down in the other field by himself with 25 balls and 2, graduate assistants shagging balls for him,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Kirby Smart, Kirby Manchild is what he looks like, man. This guy's a lunatic on the sideline. He's just a lunatic in general, but he makes it work. That's part of why he's such a good college football coach. He's insane. And he's the best in the country. And Steve Sarkisian's close. He's in the top 10. I'd argue he's right there around the top 5. But Kirby Smart's number 1. And golden opportunity for Sark, golden opportunity for Texas tomorrow night.
This is a big game for Sark right here.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, he's 2-12 in his coaching career against top 5 teams. 1-6 at Texas. So this is an area where he has not been very good. And, yeah, he could shut a lot of people up.
Yes, for sure.
With a victory at a place that is very hard to win at. Again, Georgia 51-2 in their last 53 home games.
Okay, 28-17.
Wait, that stat made you feel better?
I'm coming down.
All right, 28-17 Georgia now. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We got to get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the week. Maybe he's got a pick on Georgia in this game. Who knows? We'll take a look at some of the other big games around college football. We got to get into this Baylor story as well. Shocker. Baylor has an athletic department scandal right now, Buck. Stop me if you've heard that before.
How did that happen? Why would that happen in Waco?
I know. Just stuff like that never happens up there. But before we get to any of that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, my back's been messed up for years, and I've had difficulty, finding a place that would give me the kind of comfort and a chair to give me the comfort until I met the folks at Relax the Back. Their office chairs plus They've got all kinds of wonderful, wonderful accessories that have made my back feel fantastic. This chair right here, BK, is the real deal. For over 20 years right now, this chair has given me great comfort, and it will help you too. If you're starting to get shoulder pain, pinched nerves, make sure you get yourself the right chair to sit in and sit up the right way, and don't spend your time in the big taco like I do. When it comes to relaxation, I sit in my Relax the Chair. I love this office chair. It is absolutely wonderful, but they've got everything else that you need to select office chairs, plus zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillow, mattress sets also. And folks, got 2 great locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love them.
Yeah, absolutely. Love Covert Bee Cave. Also love Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You see the Buck donning a TSU hat this morning. All of our gear, hats, shirts, stickers, koozies, posters, you name it, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. We'll be giving out a ton of these TSU koozies at our pregame show tomorrow afternoon. We will be at Victory Lap on Rainy Street. Tons of TVs, great indoor area, great outdoor space, great drinks, great food, great place to be. I'll be watching most of the game there as well. But love Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you have a business, just a big event coming up, or you need some merch, reach out to Adam at 512-300-9641. They're based right here in South Austin. They will get you what you need very, very quickly. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Woof, 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 woof.
You got to have a better bark than that. Come on.
Woof, 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 woof.
All right, a little better. Give me another one.
Oh.
Howling at the moon now, huh?
Yeah.
These northern lights have you acting up.
Screw those dogs. I've not seen that yet either, by the way. Have you?
No.
No, not in the evenings, not in early mornings.
Dude, you know how I feel about space. I just don't care.
And you don't know, that's not aliens. That's nothing going on. Just some air with some color in it.
I think the most I did to see if I could see the northern lights, I opened the door to my balcony. I didn't even go outside. I just opened the door and I went back and sat on the couch. And if I'm like, okay, if I look and I could see it, then that's great. But otherwise, if I have to do more than this, I don't care.
The northern lights have to come to you, have to come to the complex.
They have to come to me. Yep. I ain't
Nice.
driving around for some northern lights. I ain't staying up till 1 or 2 in the morning for that. No chance.
That's right. You save all that good stuff for the eclipse, man. Still got your glasses?
Yeah, they're somewhere within arm's reach.
You keep those because, you know, there'll be another one very soon.
Yeah, don't forget. No, eclipses, come on, man. They only happen like once in our lifetime.
No, just hold on. It'll be back.
Yeah,
I got mine from the Chevron station still in the drawer waiting.
there you go. In 3 months, we will have another eclipse.
Oh,
We'll never have again. We'll never have again, Buck. We will never have again. Don't forget. All right. It's time for you to make the people some money, sir.
Yes.
Now, maybe this is good news. You're starting from scratch. Clean slate. You are even money on the football season. So you've been up a lot, you've been down a lot, but as it stands here on November 14th, going into week 12 of the college football season, you are even money. Let's change that with the holiday season coming up. People need some money to buy some gifts.
You're right.
So what do you have for the people?
I got something from the Mountain West, 100,000 units on Fresno State versus the Cowboys of Wyoming. 3.5. Put 100,000 units on Fresno State, please.
God, that is the latest game tomorrow night. 9:30 kickoff on FS1.
I'll be up watching it because I'll have plenty of coin on that.
All right, you have Fresno State minus 3.5 against Wyoming for 100K.
Yeah. Another 100K game. Southern Miss versus the Bobcats, -3.5. Take Southern Miss.
You're betting against Texas State?
Yeah, that's unusual.
Well, that's a weird line. I don't know anything about these teams. All I'm seeing is that Texas State is 0-5 in the Fun Belt. Southern Miss is 5-0 in the Fun Belt.
That's all you need to know, right?
The game's at Southern Miss, and they're only 3.5-point favorites?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a 100,000 unit play. Also take the Dolly James Madison. How about this? -21 against App State. I mean, App State's generally that little Cinderella team that jumps up and beats the big boy. They're not beating Dolly Madison. Not Dolly Madison's at home. I'll lay the 21, I think, BK.
I'm seeing 21 and a hook.
Who said hook?
ESPN, where we're looking, where we get all of our lines.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Still want it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take 50,000 unit play on the LSU Tigers needing to win a game at home against Arkansas, 4.5. They'll just do that just to piss the people off in Louisiana.
Can we just skip that game? Do we even need to play
know.
that? Does anybody on either side care?
No, they really don't.
I know that's like a rivalry game, but does anybody really care this year?
No, nobody cares about that game, but that's a 50,000 unit play, along with a 50,000 unit play on Roll Tide.
I was going to ask about that game.
Roll Tide.
Line's been going down. Bama -5.5 right now.
Take Roll Tide there.
Okay.
Another 50,000 unit play on the Missouri Tigers over Mississippi State. They've been just getting – Mississippi State just been getting just hammered over the last couple of weeks. They just can't buy a win.
Yeah,
they're gonna get hammered by Mizzou.
Since they played Texas, right?
Yep.
Okay, Mizzou -6.5.
Yep. Another 50,000 unit play. Sorry about this, Bill Belichick, but Wake Forest will beat them. That line is 5.5, it looks like.
Okay. Yep. Wake -5.5 against the fighting Bill Belichick's.
I'm going to have to put 50,000 units on the Fighting Irish over Pitt, at Pitt, because of Narduzzi's line. They don't care if they win anyway.
Yeah, the coach is like, we can lose by 100 points. I don't care.
Okay, then go ahead. I'll put 50,000 units that you will.
Why would I care? I might lose my job if our team falls apart down the stretch. Why would I care about any of that? None of that matters to me.
That's just a dang coaching mistake right there. Just to even say that to your team.
Dude, there have been – I forgot to cut up. Eli Drinkwitz said something, the head coach at Mizzou. He's like, we got to stop just like only caring about the playoff. You could still have a good season even if your team doesn't make the playoff.
Then you get out of the SEC.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that like overall sentiment. But when you're trying to get a job at LSU or Florida, maybe don't say something that stupid because they don't view it like that at a school like that. So, sorry, sidebar, but there's been some dumbassery from some coaches this
year.
week.
You don't want to say that. You don't want to say we got 2 other games to get to our conference championship. No.
Hey, you're not at Texas State, dude. Like, you're trying to get a gig at LSU in Florida. Don't be saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I thought that's kind of silly. Then I'll take 2 games in the NFL, both for 50,000 units. I'll take San Francisco 49ers over Arizona. After I saw what Seattle had done to them, I think San Francisco will take care of them too.
Okay.
And then I'll take the Rams over Seattle.
Ooh, that's a huge game.
Yeah, is there a hook on that?
3 and a hook.
Oh.
Yep.
Wish I could just take the over. And that over looks like 46.
48.5.
Boy, the over looks good there.
I'll give you the over if you'd rather do that. You can bet on over-unders on this.
Okay, I'll take the over.
Over 48.5.
Yeah, for 50,000 units. Yeah, I think the Rams are going to win, but I'll take the over.
That's it. Only 2 picks in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't like. We'll wait till Monday Night Football when we'll start the week out with a big one with the Cowboys.
Oh, betting on Cowboys Raiders. That's going to be a big one, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Cowboys come back to life.
I do not want to watch that game at all, but I will.
Should be betting on who's going to be the Giants' next head coach.
Remember, Lane Kiffin was the favorite earlier this week.
Is his name still floating out there?
I haven't checked the odds since like the day after Dayball got the axe, which I guess would have been Monday. So I'm sure some things have changed since then.
I got a feeling Kingsbury's going to show up somewhere. Cliff's going to show up somewhere.
You think that guy will get another NFL head coaching gig?
I think so.
With the year the commies are having too.
They're banged up. They got a lot of guys.
They're banged up. Daniels has been in and out of the lineup, but he hasn't looked that good. I mean, Washington's been one of the biggest disappointments in the sport this year. They're 3-7. They're underdogs against the Dolphins on Sunday.
Yeah, that may secure it if Tua gets a hold of those guys.
Oh, we must really hate the Spanish. That game's in Madrid.
Oh, that's right.
It's like we're sending them 3-7 Washington and 3-7 Miami. Eesh.
Miami's favorite. Yeah.
I know. So I don't know if Kingsbury's going to get a gig this year. Maybe he turned down offers or at least opportunities to interview after last year. People were interested after what Jaden Daniels looked like as a rookie.
He thought he could come back and repeat that deal.
Yeah. Be careful. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Like, shoot, Bobby Slowick with the Texans. After C.J. Stroud's rookie year, Slowick was getting some looks for head coaching gigs, and he's like, nah, I'm going to turn all of those down. I'm going to stay here in Houston. And then not even 2 years later, he gets fired. So be careful, man, when you do stuff like that. Sometimes it works. Plenty of examples of it working, but plenty of
favorites, underdogs, overdogs, who cares? I want winners.
Mike Singletary, I want winners.
Yeah, well, you got a bunch right there.
You got a bunch of games. Your 3 100,000 unit plays, Fresno State, Southern Miss, and James Madison. You're going to make people watch games that they don't give a rat's ass about.
Oh, just scroll up and down in your phone. You'll figure it out.
You'll be okay.
You'll figure it out. How about the Maction this week?
It's the best.
It's awful.
What do you mean it's awful? It's the best.
I did have a little Maction with my cousin last night.
There you go.
Who was that? That was
that was Fun Belt last night. With
I had old D.
Oh, the old D.
Yeah, I also had the damn Patriots, and there was a hook on that. What happened? How'd that
get 13.5?
Yes. How'd they get the hook on it?
I forgot to even look at the line before that game. Yeah, Patriots won by 13 over the Jets. New England's won 8 in a row. They're 9-2. Now the Jets suck. They're 2-8. I don't know if anybody cares about them beating them, but Pats are looking good. Vrabel's the coach of the year. Drake May continues to impress. That's the biggest story in the NFL this year. It's like, here's New England again. They got a great coach and they've got a great quarterback.
Yes.
And I think there are a lot of folks who are just like, uh-oh, here we go again, huh?
Nah.
I mean, I know no one's going to ever replicate what Brady and Bill did, but there's got to be some Bills fans who are like, shit, man, we had this division on lock for a long time and we couldn't win one, and now we got to deal with these guys again. They're back. Really?
Yeah, and I got to believe Belichick, if he gets beat up by Wake Forest, is going to be running for that, trying to get that Giants job so bad.
Oh, he already is. He already is. Like, I don't know if he'll get it, but he would take an NFL opportunity, any NFL opportunity if he got it.
Oh, no, I think he wants out of this college game.
Yeah, I did too. It's been a disaster. I guess it all depends on what Jordan wants. It doesn't really depend on what Bill wants anymore.
What? You think she's still running that show?
Oh, my God, yes. As long as they're dating, she's in charge.
Yeah, because he would have been out of there.
You think you've got a whipped friend in your life?
Yeah.
No one's as whipped as Bill Belichick right now.
Really?
It's bad, man. Shit, we talked about it enough.
I thought that was just a facade. He wanted people to think he was whipped.
I don't know why you would ever want people to think that you're whipped. It's usually the opposite. It's like if you are, you do whatever you possibly can to make people think that you actually wear the pants. But Bill Belichick ain't doing a good job of even.
No, like I said, he doesn't even own any of his Super Bowl rings anymore.
No, he don't even own any of his pants anymore. It's all George.
She's got all his pants.
Oh, my God. All right, let's get to this Baylor story, Buck.
Yeah, tell me what's going on with these folks there.
Yeah, we've got a scandal at Baylor. In other news, the sky is blue, Jeff Bezos is rich, and the Pope is Catholic. That's what's going on here. This one is a big deal because not only does it impact Baylor, it impacts the entire landscape of the 2025 college football season. Here's why. Baylor AD Mack Rhodes, who's very much involved in this story, he was the chair of the college football playoff selection committee.
Yeah, he was the guy coming talking to you on Tuesdays.
Yeah, he was the guy doing the interviews with ESPN after the rankings came out. He was the head of the committee. Emphasis on was. Mack Rhodes is taking a leave of absence as both Baylor AD and the CFP selection committee chair. I'm like, okay, well, what happened, BK? Get to the good stuff. We're not entirely sure why, but there was an incident that took place on the sideline of a Baylor football game when they played Arizona State back on September 20th. It was an incident between Mack Rhodes and Baylor tight end Michael Trigg, where Rhodes took issue with an undershirt. Michael Trigg was wearing a gold long sleeve undershirt when Baylor was wearing black jerseys. Rhodes was not happy. He apparently grabbed Trigg by the shirt on the sidelines and used an expletive while questioning while he was wearing it or why he was wearing it. The incident led to a heated exchange involving Rhodes, head coach Dave Aranda, and Baylor tight ends coach Jarrett Anderson. So that happened, but Baylor has come out and says it has nothing to do with that. Baylor is conducting a separate investigation into different allegations, which the university was made aware of on November 10th, which was Monday, 4 days ago.
He's not out diddling people, is he?
Well, according to Baylor, the allegations do not involve Title IX. I think that's where everybody's mind went because of one of the last incidents at Baylor. There's no NCAA rule violations. It's not student welfare. It's not the football program. The university has declined to comment any further on the nature of the allegations. Apparently, this is all we kind of have. The allegations are related to a violation of the faith-based university's policies and practices.
Well, that's never stopped anybody there before.
Right. Yeah. Such a faith-based university. They've always followed all faith in Waco. So I don't know. I don't know what they uncovered. I don't know what they found. Maybe he was like cheating. I shouldn't even be speculating here, but people are saying,
come on, it's Baylor. You got to speculate because anything's possible.
Yeah, well, my first thought was, again, it was like, oh my God, they're letting their athletes assault women again. Like, here we go. They really didn't clean all this up. We're going through this again. Baylor has said it's not that. I don't know if you trust anything that Baylor says at this point, but that's pretty wild. So they're without an AD. Also, their head coach is on the hot seat. So what's Dave Aranda thinking right now? Like, is this better for me? Is this worse for me that there's no AD at my school right now?
It's probably worse because you've been on the hot seat for 2 years. You just got, and that guy's not going to say a nice word to whoever's coming in because you and him had an argument on the sideline about your player and an undershirt. Well, that sounds kind of stupid too for the AD to be grabbing players on the sideline.
That's not his job.
Black, gold. I mean, what the hell?
I know. That's not his job at all. Forget the grabbing the players part. It's not. It's like, why does he even care? Why is he yelling at any of the players for what they're wearing? Like, it's not your job as an AD, dude.
No.
Let the coach handle that stuff. So that was weird. But again, Baylor has said it has nothing to do with that, which you shouldn't. I don't know. You put your hands on a kid, I guess, as the AD, then maybe that's grounds for some schools to fire you. But again, Baylor has said it's not related to that. They are investigating something completely different that they found out about on Monday. So in terms of the playoff, Arkansas AD Hunter Yurachek, who has been on the committee, will take over as the chair. And Utah's AD, Mark Harlan, is joining the committee. The committee needed a Big 12 representative because Baylor's a Big 12 school, so they felt like they had to get another Big 12 school in there, or Big 12.
Well, they can try to get that second team.
Well, yeah, that's what I wonder, because Utah's ranked number 13 right now, just on the outside looking into the field, and now you've got their AD potentially swaying some opinions. And, Arkansas is not the most fond of Texas in the world.
No,
so
that's no help.
Arkansas guy in charge of the system. I guess Baylor wasn't either. Odds are it's not going to impact anything. Everyone's got their conspiracies right now for, okay, what's going to change? Oh, now there's an SEC person in charge. Folks around the country are like, SEC person in charge. We're about to get 6 teams in the conference in there.
There you go.
And then I think some Texas fans are like, uh-oh, Utah AD now in the mix. Now we got to worry about Utah potentially taking a spot from us. So I don't know. We'll see what kind of impact it has. But, yep, Baylor scandal, Bucky.
Wow.
Shocking stuff.
When I heard about the tight end on the sideline thing, I said, that's a little unusual, but that doesn't seem like it's very much. They wouldn't be getting rid of a guy for that. Unless he slugged the kid or drug him to the ground by the shirt.
Yeah, we would have seen that if Mac Rhodes punched a Baylor football player.
Or if the tight end picked him up and threw him into the stands.
Yeah, Baylor, Arizona. That was a nationally televised game. There are cameras everywhere for games like that. If we would have seen, or if that would have happened, everybody would have seen it, and Mac Rhodes would have lost his job on September 21st.
Right.
That game was on September 20th. So, I don't think that's grounds for a firing, but again, we don't know.
Possible diddling going on.
Possible. Why do you sound so excited about that?
No, it's just possible.
I mean, I've got some company now. I'm not the only diddler here in the state.
No, it's just possible diddling going on.
Yeah, who knows? I guess it's possible.
Dude, they're trying to get Brian Kelly on all. They won't let that guy rest. They don't want to give that guy any money.
No, it's what LSU does, man.
They just tear you apart once you leave them.
Like, they have money too. It's LSU. Like, they have enough money to where they could pay Brian Kelly his entire buyout and just be gone, be done with it. But they just will drag and smear any fired coach's name through the mud and do whatever they possibly can to ensure that they don't have to pay.
Man.
Which I guess, we're all trying to not pay if we don't have to, but it's like, it's pretty insane what's going on with Brian Kelly and LSU right now.
I need to get some even more intel down at LSU about what they think this dude did, what he was doing in his off time.
I think he played too much golf. That's one of the stories that I've heard. LSU is trying to say that, he wasn't committed enough to this gig because we have all of these rounds of golf logged on this public app. So
on our credit card.
Yeah, he wasn't doing enough job, so we can fire him for cause here.
Wow.
I don't know. We'll see what happens there. All right, quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you have been hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, if you suffer any sort of personal injury, or if somebody you know suffers any sort of personal injury, then reach out to Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best in the business. He's been a good buddy of mine for a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade, and he's going to be by your side every step of the way to try to get money in your pockets, money that you deserve. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. They know what they're doing. Well, the good news is you've got Hurricane Hecht. He knows what he's doing. He's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. Once again, let him flood your wallets with cash. Let him blow up their case. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Friends at Woods Comfort Systems, it's going to be warm today, so make sure that air conditioner pops on the way it's supposed to. Next week, a little cooler temperatures. Make sure your home is winterized. Make sure everything is working properly in your heater and your air conditioning. It is Texas. One day it could be 90, the next day it could be 30. So be prepared for when that happens, folks. Make sure the filters are changed. Their technicians will get out to you on time. They've been doing this in Central Texas for close to 70 years, and they also do plumbing.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com. All right, Buck. It is a Friday.
Yes,
We've got
indeed.
ourselves a Florida Friday story for the people.
Florida man, Florida child.
Florida driver. It is a Florida woman. We'll do a little screen share here for you and those folks tuned in via video stream this morning.
Kind of cute. Looks like somebody, if all dressed up a little bit, wouldn't be. Oh, she's got that "I'll kill you" look in her face, though.
What do you think about the neck tats? Are you a fan of the neck tattoos?
I'm not totally against it. I'm not digging it if you're coming to get a job with me.
It's hard to tell. It looks like those go to the shoulders too. Those might be some giant tats right there that expand across the body.
Yeah, you probably need a shirt with a collar on if you're coming to get a job at my spot, you know?
Yeah. So you're in on this. You like this woman.
Yeah, I do. I think I do, PK.
This is 21-year-old Yasmin Arasso.
Okay, she's 21. Of course I do.
Yeah, that's legal. That's good. That's not creepy at all, Al Pacino. This woman was arrested for going 107 on a 55.
She likes a little speed, yeah.
She was driving dangerously, so she got pulled over. She got arrested. She told the cops she was going so fast because she was trying to get to Little Caesars before they closed. She wanted to get some Little Caesars pizza before they closed for the night.
You ain't mad at her.
And that was her excuse for driving dangerously.
Are you mad at her for that?
I'm in love. This is awesome. First of all, a woman who likes Little Caesars, that is harder to find than the Northern Lights.
Oh, yeah.
You don't see that very often. Most women don't have good enough taste to respect the greatness of Little Caesars pizza. But she was placed under arrest for dangerous, excessive speeding without incident. It's according to an affidavit from Pinellas County.
She's a professional driver.
Just north of St. Petersburg, by the way, if you're curious about the area of Florida where this
A
happened.
lot of holes hanging out there on the roads.
What's the problem here? I mean, 107 on a 55. I get it, but come on. That's not a good enough excuse. She's got to go to jail for that. If I'm the cop and she says that, I'm like, you're good. I'm letting you off with a warning here.
Just get me a pizza. Give me, you know, give me one with anchovies and some mushrooms, and we'll be okay.
You know what? Ew, anchovies. Is that what
No,
you get on a
just
pizza?
Just mushrooms. Yeah, they put anchovies on pizza, but
I don't know if they have anchovies at Little Caesars. They're not messing with that crap. They know better. They know better. They're too high class for that topping.
Thank you. Putting duck claws on the top of it.
What I'm doing, I'm probably like, here, get in my car. Let's go together. I'll just turn on the lights so I can drive fast. We'll run every red light. We can speed. It's no big deal.
Oh, hell, just let her drive.
And we're going to go. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, she did nothing wrong here, if you ask me. Get to a restaurant, get to Little Caesars before they shut down. I see no problem here.
She needs to keep some pizza at her house driving 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it ain't the same, you know? Just ain't the same. All right, we'll bring on Double R here for a little crosstalk. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Most and bestest pepperoni, $10 at Little Caesars. Odd haul ass too.
The extra most bestest.
There it is.
Yeah, they don't mess around with that
You're not
stuff.
going to go 100 to get to the pizza place, are you?
I just might. For $10, I just might.
For the second time this week, gentlemen, I will ask you the how many beers question.
6.
She does have some bedroom eyes.
I'll tell you what, these mugshots, man, what kind of lighting they have in here? They do a good job with making some of these ladies look the part, you know?
I'll just give me a knuckle and I'm ready.
Probably need I don't know, man. This one's tough.
Bucky, it's one liquid IV, and he's ready to go. Double R says a 6-pack. Wags?
Sixer. Absolutely.
Maybe 12 in a P.
Wow.
What is a P? Like a
pill.
leak?
Protein.
Oh, a dinger pill.
Yeah. No, not a dinger pill. Just a pill to get me fucked up.
Oh.
There you go. There you go, Jerry Jones.
Sorry about that.
Good. That's good,
I
Jerry.
love me some glory hole.
There it is.
Yeah, I'm going 3 beers on this, boys. Yeah. I don't mind what I see here. And again, I know I'm getting Little Caesars after we're done, so
yeah.
Feels
I know
like
what I'm having tonight.
Easy deal for me. 3 beer Little Caesars. Is there anything better than that?
That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. She's got tats on her neck, her back.
Pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Neck and my back.
She is probably going to beat the shit out of me after we're
That's
done.
that's the thing too, right? Like it looks like she could kill you.
She's got those eyes, Wags, that says jail cell.
Jail cell.
Yeah, well,
nice.
It's worth it. It's worth it for some Little Caesars, I think.
once again, you got to remember she's Florida woman. There's a lot more that goes with that than just a pizza.
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. Y'all remember that movie with that delivery guy on there where when they would order extra anchovies on the pizza, that meant that the older lady wanted to have sex?
Whoa. Loverboy with Patrick Dempsey. Kirstie Alley.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was called Delivery Man. Yeah. Yeah.
Never saw that.
Anchovies. Yeah.
Oh, it's a classic. And
then like his mom ordered them.
Ordered
it, didn't she?
His mom was going to have an affair with his dad. Well, we're going to spoil it for BK. BK wants it's a classic 80s rom-com with Patrick Dempsey. You got to watch it.
I ain't watching this.
Oh,
Tell me
what
it's a good one.
All right.
Good.
Hey, he's been waiting for the Northern Lights. That's that's his next movie.
Oh, did you go look for that? The Saharan Dust?
You know what? I'm waiting for the Northern Lights on Tuesday or Wednesday night action. If they show them on the telecast, then I'll see them. But that's the closest thing to outside I'm getting these days. We do have a video. Double R sent this one over. And we go to Moscow, Russia for this one. Buck, you ever been there?
No, I have not.
Are you part Russian? You always say you're part European.
No, I have no Russian blood running within my veins.
Okay. Well, we have the unveiling of a new humanoid robot here in Moscow. Here he goes.
It does look like the way I walk a little bit.
They've got him walking on the stage. Yeah, not moving very fast, taking a lot of steps, but almost walking in place more than anything else. You see the two owners, the two creators, they're right there watching, admiring their great creation. A few more steps. Look at that. Waving to the crowd.
Yeah, look at that. Right.
Everything's going great. Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Down he goes. They got to lift him up.
Big, heavy piece of,
Oh, no. We got to close the curtain. Bring the curtain back out. You weren't supposed to see that. Oh, we got a veil.
Oh, my goodness.
I think the damage has already been done. Adding the curtain.
I see pieces out there. Sorry about that.
You got to take him to fall school, Buck. Come on.
The wizard couldn't stop him from going down.
Well, let's see. I mean, we'd love to get a 1 to 10 grade from Bucky's fall school here. How do you think this humanoid robot did as he falls? Here we go. Oh, there's the stumble. You can tell he's losing it.
It's the left leg. It's the left leg that's starting to buckle.
Then he's humping the ground. You notice that when he hits the ground, he's like humping the ground. I'm like,
the metal that's on that left, that thigh and that knee there, that replacement. That left knee replacement. BK,
Idol is their company. What does Idol stand? What?
I mean, okay, 1 to 10. I mean, he doesn't really stop himself here, does he? He goes down hard.
The left leg is pigeon-toed in, and he couldn't take it.
Oh.
Boom.
We laugh, but when they make their fine tuning, it's going to be precision and dialed in on our heads and stuff.
So. I'm on the robot side.
Exactly. When did you start turning human?
That's a solid 8.5.
I'm like, what a piece of junk.
You're dead, Buck. They're getting you first.
That looks like me on Sunday evenings when I'm taking out the trash. After watching the Cowboys play at 3:25.
Getting out of the car going to Marshall's right here.
You're gonna fall like this at Marshall's
in the parking lot, BK.
You're gonna if you see a fine elderly woman sitting down, you're gonna fall down into her lap like that. I think.
The problem is that thing kind of looks like it's a little top heavy, doesn't it?
Look at his face.
I was about to say, what's the weight of that damn thing? And they had to have tested that before.
It looks like over a 200-pounder, right?
It looks pretty big. Yeah, it did take two of those guys to bring him up. Yeah, look at the still shot of the face.
Pretty solid hunk of metal right there.
This is as he's getting lifted up.
Yeah,
he knows he goofed.
Like
We've all had that look.
Elon Musk.
I will be discontinued tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick that up if it fell. I'd take a rope and drag it by the legs out of there, though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go near that thing. May freak out. What if the thing start freaking out and got a grip around your neck or something?
Just unplug it, I guess.
Peace in our time.
Throw some water in there.
Will that very soon be the way of massages soon?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Robot massages?
Yeah, where you just sit there and just get to your back and just go around, sort of like that vacuum cleaner.
We got the gun now, right? We got the the damn
vibrating ball.
the hell out of your muscles.
I got the vibrating ball.
Yeah, the vibrating ball. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nice
Yeah,
hand
we had that.
gesture, Wags.
Well, I'll tell you, when the robot becomes a massager, they're going to get Deshaun Watson and test it on him.
He's going to be the general manager.
Oh yeah, yeah. Most people are scared to be tested for stuff like that. Deshaun's like, yeah, I got it. I'm in. I'll take one of these. Oh my God! All right, boy. Hey, 2-hour chaos theory today, boys and girls. Buckle up. 2 hours of Wags and Double R for your Friday pleasure.
There goes the neighborhood.
Ratings are gonna tank. Pregame tomorrow, gentlemen. Where is pregame tomorrow?
Pregame at Victory Lap on Rainy Streets. We'll be live from 4 to 6, giving out some koozies. We'll be giving away a cowboy hat from our friends at Cavender's, and we'll be talking about Texas.
They're eating the dogs.
Hopefully that comes to fruition.
Oh man, at least nobody's in town barking at us this year.
Oh my God, I can't stand that. I don't want to see any grown men on leashes this weekend, please.
Only kids, just kids. Put your kids on a leash.
All right, guys.
Be safe.
See y'all tomorrow.
There they go. Here we are. Strap in. Welcome for another edition of Chaos Theory on your Friday. We're going to speak it into existence of Fruition Friday. We're going to see what's going to happen over the weekend, see if it comes to happen on Monday. We'll get into that. We'll also talk a little bit about our NFL slate, and then, of course, dive in to Texas versus Georgia with the rest of the college landscape. You know where to find us at. I'm on social media on Twitter at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime, the co-host Double R, he is on Twitter brand X at the Rodney R, and then on InstaFace at the _Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. Make sure you smash that subscribe button if you have not done so already, and let's get into the conversation. Amigo, what's up?
I'm getting hungry now thinking about Little Caesars, man. And yeah, I was talking about the $10 mostest and bestest pepperoni.
I thought it was Little Caesars $5.
That's just the regular pepperoni. It's $6.99. But if you get the most and best pep, that's the one that's a little more, $10.99.
What is that, like a whole, like the entire pie of pepperoni?
Yeah, just more little choricitos up on top. Yeah. But yeah, remember we had Little Caesars over here down the road too, but it closed. It was over there by Freddy's Custard. It was like right there by the pool supply place.
What? Freddy's Custard?
Yeah, you know where the Sprouts is over here at 620?
Oh, Freddy's. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I keep thinking that's a fucking Friendly's. You know,
it's pricey.
You know what I'm talking about? You know what a Friendly's is, right?
No.
It's I think Friendly's might be Eastern thing or whatever, but yeah, Friendly's ice cream or whatever. Coincidentally, it's a custard place or an ice cream place.
Oh,
but nice. I keep thinking it's Friendly's.
Yeah, no, that Freddy's is kind of pricey, a little bit for a hamburger.
I don't know if Freddy's is homegrown or not. Is that just a Texas thing?
I think I've seen those out and about.
Maybe this area thing.
I think I've seen those out and about. Extreme, the bestest is $7.99. Well, shit. Oh, I bet I know why mine are more is because I usually have to DoorDash them because I don't have one like really close. So I bet that's the problem. Well, shit, I need to start driving my ass to go get those things. That's $3.
Got some NFL slate to cover first, and then we also got some Sark sound to get into as well, man. I figure we hit the NFL landscape first, amigo. We had Thursday Night Football last night.
It was a little better than I thought.
Hey, man, after 7-3, you get 27-4. And how about that shit, too? 27-14. What was the line? 12.5.
12.5. It's rigged.
Son of a bitch.
Rigged, just like wrestling. Come on, man. Why? I tell you, why are we even surprised? You said 14 because I remember.
I said tease it up. I said maybe tease it. At 12.5, maybe you could tease it up to 14. And look, that shit that bite ended up biting you in the ass, or you shit the bed with your bet probably.
Well, no, I actually thought you were going to hit it, but hey, I'm just glad
at one point it was looking good, right? And then they started closing the gap, and then it's Fields, dude. And I've been a Fields apologist for I feel like for 3 or 4 years.
I want him to do well, Wags. It's like I feel like he's my son. I want him to do well, right? But then the me comes out of him and he starts sucking.
I mean, I feel like he's just always gotten the short end of the stick or just been the afterthought or whatever. And then, now he's able to rock this thing out with the Jets, but it just so happens to be the worst ownership in all of the NFL, right? Or arguably one of the worst ownerships in all of the NFL or worst ran organizations in the NFL. I just feel like the guy can't catch a break. But I can't excuse his play last night too. Like, I mean, there's throws that he needs to make. There's throws that he doesn't even attempt that can get the guys wide open. It's the same knocks that were on him 2 years ago. Yeah. He hasn't corrected it. He hasn't gotten better or grown in the position yet. And maybe you can argue and say counterpoint. He's trying to protect the football and keep possession for the Jets. I understand that, right? But at some point, you got to learn how to throw your wide receivers open. And I understand this that I'm QB armchair or what the hell this armchair quarterback in this thing right now, but it's still like it's tough to watch it. And I've been invested, I think, so much because I've had him in my dynasty league, right? And that's why I wanted this dude. I mean, not just selfish matters, but also like I want to see the dude actually get a fair shot, right? And kind of blossom in his career. But
me too, man.
Dude.
Me too. Yeah,
it's tough without Garrett Wilson. I'll say that it's tough without your weapons, right? But
and just, I mean, it's like one scenario after another. And I was very much a proponent where I was like, keep Fields, forget about Caleb. Well, I guess I got that one wrong too, I guess. But maybe Fields would have been different with that Ben Johnson, not our coach Ben Johnson. But the thing is, it's like it just seems like disaster follows this guy to where it's like everywhere he goes, there's something. Now the franchise is in pure turmoil, and it's like there he is.
Well, I mean, the Jets is always,
yeah.
Has the Jets ever really had a chance? Seriously, have they ever?
Not since Joe Willie Namath.
When's the last time they've been in legit contention?
Since Joe Willie Namath. No, I think I heard like the 90s. I think they were saying last.
Yeah, like I feel like they were contending when Revis was there. Were they not? Was that the last time?
Yeah. I think maybe the mid to late 2000s. It's been for them that they've been, viable, I guess. And again, they're in that division where everybody, I mean, now the Patriots are about to take it over, which, speaking of the game last night, the Patriots are about to take that over. It was the Patriots for the longest time. Then there's Buffalo, and hell, Miami had a good run, and there's the poor Jets.
Yeah. And Troy kind of beat me to this. I was trying to think of the play. Absolute miss in the end. Like, he just didn't attempt to throw it. He had Mitchell in the wide. He had Mitchell dead to rights, and he just didn't even throw it. Didn't even make the attempt. So
yeah. Hey, code text line, Longhorn fan from Denton. This was from earlier during the Bucky and BK show, but it relates right to what we're talking about. How's Vegas nailing these hooks? And that's where you start seeing this, and it's like, man, they seem to.
Those skyscrapers don't build themselves, bro. The casinos don't build themselves, right? That's that old adage that we keep going back to. I mean,
yeah.
They are dead on, right? And
they really are. They really are.
I'm telling you, if you got your tinfoil hats, people at Buffalo Wild Wings are making that call.
Yeah, they're making it. I know. And it's like there's a lot of newer people that are getting into betting. And it's like, people are like, hey, I want to get into betting. I'm like, are you sure? Yeah, number one, do you have the capital to be doing that shit? That's the first thing that I ask.
You better have at least $5,000 set aside for capital prices. Yeah. And then have the cutoff right then and there. Be like, no, we ain't.
Yeah. Do you really want to do that? But they're like
$5,000 to just throw away. Send it my way, please.
They're like, I don't understand the half, and all of this. I'm like, well, they apparently do because they are hitting.
They do get it. Okay. They do get it. They're putting a little bit of the handicap on it for you. But yeah, I mean, we could break down it by the numbers last night. I mean, I was a little surprised of what we did see offensively, like just the productivity from the Jets, right? I didn't expect much from them. I expected domination, honestly, from
I thought so too. I thought what the hell was that the Patriots? I kind of like those outfits they had on last night. I kind of, not bad, a little different. I mean, I'm old school. I like the old. I mean, I like the Patriots. I like when they had the dude on the helmet, and the 3-point.
Yeah, that's right. I like 8. So that's probably the best helmet for me, or just but I like the red jersey with it, right? Like I like that helmet. I like that decal, but I like it with the red.
Yeah,
and I believe they had the red back in the day. Like in the 80s, they were red. That was their own colors back in the day. So.
Yeah, with the Steve Grogan at quarterback
and the red as the alternate jersey.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of that new logo that they have with the blue and silver, and I was like, I don't know, man, but bring the old one back. But it is what it is, I guess.
You're a classy guy. I agree with that. Bring the classic logos back, dude. That's why, it's funny too, right? Because when the new logos came for like the Denver Broncos, when they went from the Orange Crush into the new logo, I was like, that shit looks hot. Like that's pretty legit. And now I see the old, Orange Crush Broncos uniforms, and I'm like, man, bring them back, keep them there, man.
I got to tell you, I'm with you on that, because, dude, I am digging those Orange Crush and the helmet with the Broncos.
The old, I don't know. So I like Seattle too. Like old school Seattle looks legit, but I do everybody, and I'm in the minority with this one, right? Like I'm a fan of the neon Seattle.
I really do like the Seattle.
I like them. I like things that pop, man. Of course,
I like the Seattle a lot. I will tell you, I do like those colors and all of that. I mean, that Seahawk, that's a mean looking somebody. Now he's got the green eye, where they have that little bit of green, little bit of lime green in his eye. I mean, he looks mean, and that's how that team is playing. That's kind of why I'm looking forward to Monday night, because Dallas and the Raiders. You want to talk about old school classic uniform matchup? That's what you got right there.
Let's talk about Thursday night first.
No, I'm just talking about uniform duty at this point.
No, but, right on. How about what did you like a little bit from the Patriots side of the ball? We talked a little bit from the Jets side.
I just stay impressed with both sides of the ball with New England. I mean, that quarterback is, you want to talk about a quarterback maturing right before our eyes. We're a superstar in the making. It's like each and every week that we sit here and watch this guy. It's the resurgence of the franchise. And the coolest part about watching what New England is doing is that you've got to get those key parts in place. You've got to have that aggressive head coach that's going to relate to his team. You see the offseason moves that they make, both sides of the ball are really firm, and this is a team that's built to make a long run. It's fun to watch it. I wish it was my team that was doing this, but how can you not enjoy this? How can you not enjoy watching a franchise built correctly yet again? The New England Patriots.
Yeah, they were fantastic. You mentioned the all-season acquisitions and just like some of the key cogs, right, that were kind of on display last night. How about their offensive line? Their offensive line don't really get that much of their flowers, right? But I mean, Henderson being able to come in there, being able to carve up and do his thing. I mean, still like not over 100 yards or anything. Matter of fact, I think it was close to 70. No, only got 60. I mean, but still 2 tutties. So I had him, got a lot of points from him last night. So I figured, went off and broke bad on everybody. But yeah, just the 2 tutties being able to come in there last night. But Diggs was the star of the night last night, right? I mean, 9 receptions, just being on display, looking like they're actually having fun. And to your point, May is well informed, and second year in the league, and this dude's playing like an MVP, man. The Patriots are playing some lights out football right now, and they got a complimentary defense to go along with it. Maybe we were wrong with proclaiming the Bills as, the outright winner of the East here in the AFC. The Patriots said, not so fast, my friends, and, hold my beer. Here we come.
Right. We talked about that, right before the season started, to where it's like, has Buffalo kind of danced around too long, and the window's going to close on them. And I think it really has. And some of that by their own doing, but a lot of it by the doing of the Patriots, just in the way that they built that franchise. And talking about the offensive line, they strategically worked on that and spent money to fix the offensive line. And that's what you do when you have a quarterback that seems to have the potential that this guy has. And it's made him even better, to where he's very much the opposite of all these quarterbacks that we see, where we talk about a sophomore slump. That dude ain't in no sophomore slump. That dude's like in a sophomore, about to be a superstar if he's not already, I guess. Hell, you want to look at MVP candidates? I mean, hell, you got to put that dude right at the top of your list, no?
I don't know if he's
I would put a Hispanic on you there. No?
I don't know if he's at the top of the list, but he's there. Like, I think Matt Stafford's still my guy at this point. Like, Matt Stafford's having one hell of a season. Here's the thing, like looking into these stats here, man, 4.5 yards per reception, or per completion, I guess you could say, rather, for Justin Fields. That's what I'm kind of talking about. Like, when he's not playing too conservative, right? Not willing to, and I get it, like, protect the ball at all costs, but you have to be willing to make those throws, or being able to see those routes come open in your progression, right? With, going back to the one with A.D. Mitchell in the end zone there, right? Nice to see Mechie, come over and kind of start to, I guess, blossom his career for once. This is a guy that's been touted as some real very high skillful impact player, but just hadn't been able to showcase it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put him on stage last night, and I mean, still, you got a tutty, right? Only 3 receptions, but got a tutty. Something, with Wilson to come back, and you involve Mechie and get Mitchell in here. This could be a decent receiving core. It's just how they can only go as far, and this isn't breaking news, right? Like, they can only go as far as Fields' arm will allow them to take them. But here's the thing: like, he's so reluctant to throw the damn ball. You have polar opposite of Jameis Winston, who will just throw it into any damn window that he sees, and a lot of quarterbacks like that too, right? Where I feel like Fields is being very conservative because he wants to, I guess, play for his future, right? Like, he doesn't know how long he's going to be a Jet for, right? He's probably playing for the next locker room he's going to, right? But still, and I'm not a quarterback guru, but if you're evaluating him, don't you have to sit here and say, well, God, he missed the throw. Well, what do you mean he missed the throw? He didn't throw it. But that's just my point. He missed the route. He missed the opportunity to throw the damn ball, right? Yeah. He should have let it fly. At least give your wide receiver a chance. Put it in the catch radius and let him go up for it. I get it. You're trying to protect the ball and not give it away to the opposition. But at some point, man, you got to take a risk. You got to take a throw.
If you go back and look at the report card on Justin Fields, even coming into the league, that's the one thing that's the constant, that he holds the ball too long. A little reluctant to let that thing go. I mean, that was the thing, like when the Chicago thing, which guy are you going to keep? That's the one thing that I always thought about. What he does, he holds the ball too long, and then that ensues a bad throw or a sack.
Well, let me ask you this, right? Does he hold the ball too long because he knows that he has the wheels to kind of get out of a situation and live to play another day, or live to play another down? Does he rely on his wheels too much?
I mean, yeah, I think he does.
Like, after the first read, it almost feels like he's taken off.
Yeah. And see, that was the thing when he was at Chicago. At the end of the Chicago tenure is where you had the options on the outside, but he would still do that. But I think that the read on him is that defensive coordinators know, and when you're scheming against that guy, is if you get some pressure on him, he's going to hold the ball and then take off, or attempt to take off, I should say.
But the thing that make the great ones, or I guess set them differentiate themselves and put them on the top of the pantheon, right, or put them on the mountain of quarterbacks, it's their ability to throw the wide receiver open, right? Like it's not so much spot throwing, right? But just anticipating the route, like knowing, on an option route, case in point, like knowing what the defense gives you and then seeing what your wide receiver takes, and then throwing them open to the spot where they can possibly influence and make the opposition, make the secondary vulnerable. To me, that's what the great ones can do. Mahomes he does that, 3 or 4 times a game.
Yeah.
And I just haven't seen Fields be able to do that. And that's, I think, ultimately, if he wants to separate himself and continue to move himself with the rest of the pack and just be in the conversation of a legit quarterback. Right now, he's a great fantasy quarterback. He gets you the numbers, right? But until he makes that progression and until he makes those plays, I don't think he's going to be able to take a team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes Mahomes great. I think Baker Mayfield is really good as well as reading the defense within the play, where you get different quarterbacks with different characteristics and strengths, like Tom Brady, where Tom Brady was so good about reading the defense before the play.
Pre-snap reads, for sure. Pre-snap reads, and then putting them in motion to see what kind of defense they're in, dissecting the defense, and then and then from that point, getting them into another play where they think that they can get positive production. But how many quarterbacks like that are cerebral these days? Right, Matt Stafford.
It's
because you have to be, because you have to. You can't rely on you don't have those wheels anymore. You don't have that mobility like the others have.
And like talking about Mayfield wasn't good at that, but just through all the trials and tribulations and stops and learning and heartbreak and everything, he's developed that, to where he does that. And I think where the problem is, to me, with Fields has always been, is that he's not I mean, I hate to say this, he's not really good at either one, the pre-snap or during the play. And that's where he's like, oh shit, all right, let's take it, let's go. And that's going to continue to follow him. But a lot of that is, how do you fix that? I mean, who's going to fix that? Because that's ingrained in him by the. How long has it been in the league? 4 or 5 years. I mean, so it's like, how do you fix that? But and then when it comes to the Patriots, I mean, you look at this now. The question that I'm starting to that I'll have about the Patriots is how playoff ready are they gonna be? Rest of schedule for them at Cincinnati, against the Giants, a bye week, take on Buffalo, at Baltimore, at the Jets, and then Miami. So yeah, you look in there's a couple of games that they could drop.
Can you pull it up?
Oh, it's on a different screen. I can pull it up here in just a second.
So say it one more time. I mean, I'll pull it up here in a little bit, but say it one more time.
At the Bengals, that's the next game, which you don't know what you're going to get with the Bengals.
What I mean. Burrow's back though, right? Or
he's
no?
Be back around Christmas.
He's practicing.
Yeah. He could be back right around Christmas, which I don't know if I come back if I was him. Then you got the Giants on December 1st, a bye week.
I would say both of those are winnable games.
Absolutely. Buffalo, which conceivably that could be for the East, maybe at that point. At Baltimore has dug their way back into the playoff race. So
we said they weren't going away.
Yeah,
it's going to be a tough hill to climb, but we said they weren't going away.
Absolutely. At the Jets, the Jets again. So you go to the Jets, and then you finish up in a flex game with Miami. So, looking at that, it's like I would begin to think you have to start thinking about playoff ready.
I would question one game, or two games rather. The Ravens and the Bills. Those are and that's not. I mean, that's not breaking news, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, the Patriots have already beat the Bills. So, if they drop, let's say that they drop that one, but then can beat Baltimore. But that's the toughest stretch right there. Those two games. And what's the record right now? 2 losses for this? Yeah. So they're sitting in a really good spot right now. And that's where I begin to ask, okay, are they ready when you get to a playoff run and taking on better competition? How ready are they at that point?
Clearly, Vrabel was the problem in Tennessee. Clearly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Clearly.
Yeah. How are they doing? How is that team rebounded?
They fired Callahan already.
Yeah. Cam Ward. Hey, Cam Ward's going to fix it all. But yeah, so I mean, it's looking good for the Patriots, and man, that they are equipped. They seriously are.
You know who else is equipped?
Who that?
Ryan Hurricane Hecht. There's a new lawyer in town, and it's our guy Hurricane Hecht, and he's right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Austin, Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that burnt orange pride and passion to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you got any type of personal injury at all, just give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. He went to school with BK. He says he's a friend of BK's. We'll see about that. You got to give him a call and ask him yourself about it. Again, that number 512-938-8929, or email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
And Hunter's call right here on Ward. This is where I talk at nauseum about, Cam Ward, yes, I think all the everything's there to be a really good NFL quarterback. But when you go to like a situation that he's gone into, hell, like Wag said, they already ran the coach out of town. It's like it's really hard to succeed when you jump into those situations. It's like you're not just going to have a young rookie quarterback that's going to go in and fix an entire franchise. You know what I mean? You got to do what the Patriots did. I mean, they realize that you have that franchise quarterback, go in there and put all those pieces around him. And shit, it's paying off in year 2 for that dude. I mean, it's a system to it. It's nothing to it.
I feel like Jake is my little brother at times, just fucking nagging me, right? And just reminding me of the bane of my existence. And I know he's doing it out of love and good fun, but it's a fucking Friday, my guy. It's a fucking Friday, and you bring this up, dude. Wags, how far down in hell are you? The Orioles suck. The Giants suck. The Wizards suck. And now the Caps suck again. Yeah, the Caps took one on the chin from Florida last night. Like, what the hell, man?
So
look, I took one from the gods, I guess, right? I took something from the sacrificial table. I put a pool in my backyard, and now I'm paying for it.
Yeah, you're going to be paying for it for a while.
I'm really paying for it.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. But yes, it is, Edward. Yes, it is indeed. The fun times will be endless. See, that's where I'm in a better place because my Spurs are resurging, and Texas football, Texas athletics is in a pretty good place. There's still the Cowboys. I mean, the Cowboys, they're entertaining as hell. Whatever's going on, the Astros are making moves. They're working on getting defensive coaches in and shaking up the organization to get back on track. So I'm in a better place than you, Wags, a little bit.
Mike Elias, and I was reading an article yesterday about the Orioles, and Mike Elias says that he's got three key positions that the Orioles need, and he is willing to spend the money to lock it down. So
sure,
we shall see.
Yeah, famous last words.
I've heard that shit for years, man. Baltimore is a sports town a drinking town with sports problems. That's been the old adage for years. And it does not let you down. Go to Baltimore and you'll find out, man. They used to call it Charm City, but they're a bunch of lies. Lies.
I'll tell you what a good sports town is that I visited last year was St. Louis. And it kind of sucks that St. Louis doesn't have an NFL team anymore because that they love their sports. They're passionate about sports. They love the Cardinals. They're always going to love the Cardinals. And it's like, man, if they could get another NFL team in there, it's a shame that St. Louis doesn't have.
How close to that is Kansas City? Is Arrowhead State?
That's about let's see, because I made that drive. That was about an hour and a half drive.
Yeah, not that long, right?
Yeah,
it's not that far. So I mean, people from St. Louis, I feel like after the Rams left town, did they naturally kind of
gravitate over to
Kansas City to become Chiefs fans, or did they follow
Rams
out to LA again?
It's funny, kind of the pulse there with a lot of those people in St. Louis are, we hate the Chiefs. We don't like them, so for whatever reason. And that's where and that's why these baseball clubs, to me, the love in Kansas City for the Royals is like the love in St. Louis for the Cardinals. I mean, win or lose, I mean, good or bad, it's like you see people wearing that stuff everywhere, and that's how it should be.
Yeah, you
right?
brought up the Royals, like I'm looking at all the MVP votings and seeing Bobby Witt in the votings for him, and now that the Orioles are just loaded with catchers, I'm thinking, man, should we have? And I love. Don't get me wrong, I'm not I guess I am second guessing it, but Adley Rutschman in the same draft as Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah,
right, and the Orioles had the chance to take Bobby Witt Jr., but took Adley Rutschman instead. And at the move, at the time, I loved it. Like, of course, like Bobby Witt Jr. was a name, but Rutschman, we needed a catcher at the time, and now we're just stockpiled with him. And I'd love to have Bobby Witt Jr. on the team.
Yeah. And right here from Jake, I mean, with St. Louis, now, St. Louis loves that Battlehawk. Is that what they're called? The Battlehawks of the XFL, AFL, whatever it is. They absolutely love that franchise. It's like, to them, that's as close as they're going to get to football, and they support that shit. I mean, same thing. I was in St. Louis for a week, not even during arena football or UFL season, and I see Battlehawk shit everywhere. And it's like, damn, so they need football. And it is a shame that the Rams don't go back, because I think that they would be better supported there in St. Louis, because LA don't give a shit about them, and they're good.
Yeah. Right on, my brother. Hey, I got to use the bathroom and make a call to check on somebody real quick. Can you talk about Covert?
Yeah, it's all good, dude. We're going to talk about Covert Bee Cave. CovertBeeCave.com. Hey, we got a late game tomorrow. We have an evening game tomorrow. Don't forget to check out the pregame. We'll have the postgame as soon as the game is over. So we're going to probably going to go into Sunday morning with the postgame, depending on the outcome. So be sure and check that out tomorrow. But if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, take the time during the day to take that masterful and beautiful ride out to the beautiful hill country of Central Texas to Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Huge day of college football coming up tomorrow. You've got your Texas Longhorns in that late game that I'm talking about, but it's you've got Pitt and Notre Dame early in the morning to get things fired off. Middle of the day, you got a huge one in the SEC with Alabama and Oklahoma. All of that is best enjoyed if you have an AV Consultations home entertainment setup. And you can make that phone call today, 512-255-8678, or check out the gallery of projects at avconsultations.com. Since 1988, another homegrown Central Texas Round Rock area business, and they're ready to take care of you.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
That's right. Check them out at avconsultations.com. And back to that St. Louis conversation. St. Louis, seriously, St. Louis to me is a really easy city where if you spend any amount of time over there with the music and the food and all the different things that go on there. And I mean, it's easy to kind of appreciate that city very much. Not quite the magnitude to me of New Orleans, where if you go to New Orleans for just a little bit of time, you're gonna want to go back, and that's kind of the way St. Louis is to me. But that is a very heartbroken city when it comes to the NFL, because you really think about that whole thing that when they lost the Rams, and like I said, I mean, this is bitter people that I'm talking to about just totally pissed off that franchise went away, even though that's a franchise that came from LA in the first place. It came there. But I mean, it's like double heartbreak, because, you know, you lose the original St. Louis Cardinals, you know, the old NFC East team, which is now the Kyler Murray Cardinals. So it's been one of those things to where they've had these franchises that have just been taken away from them all the different times. And a lot of that was with that move. When the Rams made the move to St. Louis, it was with the Dome of the Americas, the dome there in downtown St. Louis. And now that's a huge building that's sitting there, but it's very much like the Alamo Dome, to where that building has been around, you know, since the mid to late 90s, and it's in need of upkeep. And the full disclosure, the reason that I was in St. Louis last year was I was actually at a huge indoor dirt track late model race that's at the Dome of the Americas. And that truly is, I mean, I talked with the organizer of that event, and for St. Louis, that is their biggest, and it's the first week in December. It's called Dirt in December, and it is their biggest hit of the year in tourism. It is their biggest hit in hotel revenue, all of that centered around a dirt track indoor car race. And that's where, you know, you go back to St. Louis, and it's like the fact that they don't have an NFL team with a fan base that would be totally jazzed up about having them. This kind of sucks. And I do wish the Rams would go back, and I wish the Rams were there right now, because the Rams are good. Jack is actually indoor late models. It's the super late models. It's like the Bobby Pierce and the RIP Scott Bloomquist and all of those guys inside the Dome of the Americas. I'll get some pictures put up. Unbelievable. You want to talk about the engines roaring inside the Dome of the Americas? Deafening, absolutely deafening, and really, really cool. Really, really cool stuff. But yeah, so sorry, didn't mean to go on a St. Louis tangent there. So anyway, it's like I'm waiting for somebody to say, are you moving there? you love St. Louis that much? You gonna head there? I don't know. NFL schedule coming up, Wags. We got the Thursday night game out of the way. So on to the weekend. Big weekend. Now we got some matchups. Last couple of weekends have been a little, not anything that's going to blow you off the map. But man, we got some coming up this week, dude.
Coming down to the nitty gritty too, right? We got people playing for the last couple of spots for playing games. A little bit of some parity in the NFC here. What do you like, Double R?
The game I'm looking forward to, man, Seattle and the Rams. Here's the Rams again. The Rams topic of conversation today, apparently. So Seattle and the Rams, here you have those two. We've been touting the Seattle this week about how good they really are. Well, you're about to find out because you're taking on the MVP candidate at this point. They're with Matt Stafford and the Rams and Sean McVay in that offense. So here we go. I think we get a good read on Seattle this week, and that is what is that? That's a 3:05 game. So that's a 3:00 game. So it's on the afternoon slate. Looking forward to that one, man. I think we got a good one there. Kansas City at Denver. There's another one.
Can we talk about are we just going to go down the slate, or are we going to talk about the games?
We take it however you want to do it, man. I'm just telling you the ones I can't wait for.
Well, let's talk about what do you like about the Rams game right there? Rams and Seahawks, man.
I mean, what's not to like? To me, that whoever wins this.
Let's break down quarterback play. Looking at 2 MVP quarterbacks here. What are you thinking that you're going to get from Stafford here? Maybe 2 tutties, 3 tutties here. What are you thinking?
Vintage Stafford. 3 touchdowns in this game for the Rams to assert themselves as the favorite. Philadelphia is still kind of in a lot of people's minds a favorite in the NFC. I think the winner of this, to me, is going to be the favorite in the NFC. With Green Bay being so unpredictable, this is going to be the measuring stick here. But Seattle with what Sam Darnold, with the arsenal that he has, and you've got a defense that looks not quite like the Legion of Boom again. So you got a defense that is equipped to stop Matt Stafford. But I think this is a Stafford game right here to assert himself as I'm still the guy. I'm still the quarterback that you need to measure yourself against in the NFC.
I think this is. Do you believe in revenge games?
On the eve of Texas, Georgia yet again? Yes.
What if I told you Cooper Kupp comes out and just absolutely scorches this pretty decent Rams defense, right? No, I say that tongue in cheek, but this could be a nice little revenge game for Cooper Kupp here. Here's the thing, right? Not just Cooper Kupp. Jackson Smith-Njigba has been lights out the past couple of weeks, right? He has been phenomenal here. I've mentioned that they're starting to get a little bit, cooking in their backfield, with the running production. And then also Torrey Horton. Torrey Horton's great too, man. So look, there's a lot to like what Seattle's producing here. Their offense is fantastic and their defense is very formidable, and they're starting to actually fly to the damn, or they've been flying to the ball. This isn't breaking news. Like 2 of the toughest teams in the NFC here, man. I talked about the parity here. Both of these clubs are going to be in the playoff, right? It's just, the winner of this game is probably going to be propelled to the division leader, and then the other one's going to be looking at large getting in. So,
yeah, I think both of them will. I think both do get in, and this is where it's going to come down to whoever wins that division, with the home field advantage part. And that's going to be pretty massive, I think, in the NFC this year with the parity that we're seeing, that the home field is going to be so important. And the fact that, you have Philadelphia that can go on the road and can win. Green Bay has shown that at times, but is not doing it very consistently. So that's going to be really important. So the winner of this is going to be in a pretty good commanding spot coming out of this, because then I think San Francisco plays Arizona this week. So they're going to beat each other up and hand each other another divisional loss. But yeah, man, but you can't. How do you not discount Sam Darnold with the weapons that he has around him and everything that he's doing yet again? And like we talk about the different percentages of this offense from Seattle, it's really hard to say that they're not going to come in and that they can't. What is it? -3.5, I think, is LA here. But man, I can't say that Seattle is not capable of going in to win this game, but it's just Matt Stafford. These are the Matt Stafford moments. This is what makes Matt Stafford great. This is when he rises up, man. Yeah, these are the moments.
We are going to see, I am predicting for this game here, we are going to see some offensive firepower. And again, you should know this, knowing just the offensive production for both these teams. But look, Jackson Smith-Njigba is number 1 in receiving. Puka Nacua is 3rd, right? Yeah, amigo. Expect a barn burner here. I would like to think, Puka Nacua is 3rd here. I would like to think wrong team favored. Wrong team favored, my guy. I'm calling upset. Seattle takes it down.
Yeah, and the other part about it, it's been alluded to in the chat right there, to where the Rams home field advantage in this contest. Is home field advantage really a thing for the Los Angeles Rams? Unfortunately, that great of a football team, and hell, nobody supports them. So yeah, absolutely. And Seattle's so scary, Wags. I'm telling you, I keep going back to that all the time, and they're flying under the radar. So many weapons here for this dude to and they can run the ball, and they run the ball also.
Both teams are kind of built the same way on offense too, right? Like Williams is starting to come in and becoming one of the versatile backs, or hell, a top 10 back in the now I don't have the league stats right in front of me, but I would imagine he's around the top 10 back in terms of stats and production there for the Rams. So they can do it through the air and they can do it on the ground. Well-balanced offense, and McVay is great at scheming too, right? But you flip it up, and what I was talking about with the not too long ago with the offensive firepower that we're going to see tonight, or not tonight, but on Sunday. Walker, I don't think Walker's as good as Williams right now, but I mean Walker's one hell of a back too. Maybe top 15. I don't know if he's exactly top 10, but top 15. So I would say that he's pretty formidable, run of the mill type of running back. But he can, again, heads that balance out there, or kind of levels that balance out there for Seattle's offense. And you've seen what they were able to do with Smith and Jigba being able to blow the doors off the defense in their secondary, and now with Kupp being able to run underneath. Man, I'm 6. If you're looking prop bets on Underdog Fantasy here, I don't know what they have the line is for Kupp, but I would take the over. I would venture to say the over is good. I would advise my clients to take the over on receptions for Kupp.
Yeah. Huge game right there. Huge game between those two, with Seattle and the Rams. And like I said, to me, whoever comes out of this, that's going to be my favorite, at least for the next 2 weeks, out of the NFC. What else you see there, man? Let's
just go down the slate, dude. Call it out.
Well, what do we got here? Let's
go noon games to afternoon games, unless you just want to go all over the fucking place.
Yeah, we got Washington and Miami, the Struggle Bus Bowl. Does it really matter? I guess we would say Miami at.
I feel like you're going to see pretty good performances, like fantasy production, right? I feel like Waddle can have a game. I feel like A-Chain can have a game.
Yeah.
And Debo. Let's check out the injury report here. I'm pretty sure Daniels is still out. Correct. Daniels is slated to be out there. Looking pretty good. I mean, you might want to pick up Rodriguez in case you Chris Rodriguez, in case you might need some type of, I guess, spell or reprieve at the running back situation. If you're losing to attrition in fantasy right now, he might be able to get some touches, but I think, load up on Deebo Samuel if you're looking for some props on the Commanders right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And then with Tua Tagovailoa there in Miami. That's an early game. Where is that? That's in Spain. Ooh, man. They got to be excited to be getting that one, right? It's like, wow, Washington. Hey, but those people, they don't care. I mean, when you get these games in other countries, it's just a matter of having the NFL there. I think I'm actually going to take Washington here. I think I'm going to say wrong team favorite. I think I'm going to take I'll take the Commandos. Carolina and Atlanta. What is this? Atlanta 3.5 noon game on Fox. Atlanta showed some pretty good signs, man. Michael Penix kind of seems like, okay, well,
in the blink of an eye, Atlanta can regress and go right back.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, shit, that's any team, but I mean, Atlanta's one of them. With all those weapons, they should not even be, having in the conversation of regression, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And with Carolina, this is Carolina. Carolina needs a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Which is weird to say that Carolina still has an opportunity here to do something. So I think I'll go wrong team favorite here too, man. I think I got to go with the Panthers here. Where's this at Atlanta? Yeah, I'm still going Carolina on this one.
I think you're fucking crazy, but I love you. I'm going to go Atlanta here. Panthers been figuring it seems like they've been figuring it out. But in hot Atlanta, I don't think I can take the cat. I think I'm taking the Falcons here. Give me it. I'll tell you. Hold on. Let me pump brakes on that. Atlanta wins. Panthers cover. I'll say that. Atlanta. I mean, that's kind of a layup right there. Panthers win, or excuse me, Falcons win. Panthers cover. Okay.
Nice.
So I guess I'm Thelma and Louising it with you here.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I mean, the Panthers, they've shown some light, right? But again, we talk about the weapons, Bijan just being able to carve it up on the ground and then able to, just electrify it in the passing game too. Hell, and you're starting to get some consistency out of London too, right? And you kind of mentioned it, since Penix has been reinserted back into the starting role. Mm-hmm. It's kind of been like, and I don't want to say like it was a wake up call, but maybe or I don't think Atlanta was saying, hey man, we're benching you because we're going with Kirk Cousins here. I don't think it was just because of a direct move or a concrete move for the future. I think they were just trying to give Penix a little bit of a break and reprieve, right? And just, hey, step back, collect yourself a little bit, like try and realign this thing and recalibrate and then go back out there and go ahead after this thing. I thought a lot of people were making the knee-jerk reaction that Cousins was going back to the franchise quarterback again. Knowing, I mean, you guys have seen the tape. Knowing what we've seen, is if Atlanta did do that, I wish nothing but the worst for Atlanta, because you're almost playing with disaster at that point.
You know what the whole Penix thing feels like? It kind of feels like last year with the guy that he's playing against this week at Carolina. That's the quarterback. You remember they pulled him for a little bit and sat him down, and then here he comes at the end. And this year it's like you see a more.
I don't know. I can't agree with you there, because I feel like Penix has had a lot more toys and a lot more opportunity to work with than Bryce Young, right? Like,
and you're right.
Bryce Young has had nothing, very little help.
Yeah. And this is where you go to, I mean, with the Falcons, to where it's like, man, everything that you have had there, and they still, it's like nothing to the potential of what you think should be there. I mean, the tight end, I mean, dudes, wide receivers, it's like nothing except the guy that's running the ball over there, and he's running the ball, catching passes, doing all this other shit. Imagine if that guy had a little help. My Lord. Anyway, I'm gonna take Carolina for the outright win here.
All right, we're going against the grain here. I'm not. We're crossing streams, as they say. Double R, crossing streams. All right, where do you want to go next?
Here's a good one. Noon game. Tampa Bay at Buffalo. Ooh.
A little bit of a nooner. I mean, this had, I would say, preseason. This had a lot more, light to it and luster to it, and now it's kind of like a polished turd, right?
Yeah,
a little bit of a polished turd. What can Buffalo bring? Like, we know Buffalo can pound it on the ground, right? But again, like they're missing their home run hitter. They're clearly missing their home run hitter. Shakir, they're trying to figure it out with Shakir to see if he can be their speed demon, right? They still don't know what they have with Coleman here. And it looks like a lot of their productivity is coming from the tight end spot. Some decent ground and pound is what you can usually rely on. But when that pass breaks down, what usually happens, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Allen takes off and runs the wheels off of the damn thing, right? I don't know how much stock you can keep putting into that offense, because sooner or later, unless you have a guy that can blow the doors off the back end, you're going to play downhill and figure it out, right? Ultimately, you're going to keep people in front of you and just start, getting that offense off the field. It's kind of making them one-dimensional here, unless they have the dude that can absolutely blow the doors off of you, right? You got to have that. You just have to have the threat, and they don't have that threat right now.
Yeah,
I'd like to think. What is the weather going to be like up there?
Ooh.
It is project 41 and partly cloudy is what the projections are calling up there for tomorrow. I'm feeling another wrong team favored. Buccaneers go in and upset Bills Mafia.
And I'm going to go against you. I think Buffalo's going to win. I don't think they're going to cover 6 and a hook, but they need to win. I mean, Buffalo needs to win. We're watching New England really start to stretch their lead out here in the AFC East, and already with the head-to-head win there over Buffalo and the rest of that schedule that we're talking about. I mean, if you're Buffalo, you got to be looking big picture here to try to keep yourself in contention to win the AFC East. I'm going with Buffalo. I think this is where we see Buffalo kind of turn that corner where we talk about where you get a couple of junky performances in there, and then boom, here they come, and it's like, where has that been all year? But they still don't have the outside threat like you're talking about, and that's where they're going.
Shakir's banged up with an ankle. Shakir had practice all week with an ankle. Dalton Kincaid, which I mean, usually they go to a 12 set anyways when they roll out Knox and Kincaid. So Kincaid's banged up, so they'll probably just get distribution from Knox. Yeah, I'm taking the Bucks, big guy. I'm taking the Bucks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll take the Bills. I'll take the Bills there. Where are we at here? Losing track. The Houston Texans taking on the Oilers. Again, Houston, you have got to win this game. Houston by 5.5.
We're assuming it's Davis Mills.
Yes, it will be Davis Mills. Yeah, it's going to be Davis Mills. Because apparently it's still in protocol with so forth and so on there. That dude doesn't need to be playing right now. I've heard that there's still some after effects going on right there. With
guys, it's the Titans, right? Like if Davis Mills should be able to take you past a very struggling Titans that already fired their coach.
Yeah. Houston takes care of business here. Absolutely.
Here's what Vegas thinks of the game. The total line is 37.5.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's shitty game here. Shitty game here. Take the under. Definitely take the if it's that low, it's that low for a reason. Take the under. That's probably going to move up just a little bit. Give me Texans. Give me the Texans to go in there and roll smoke on the Titans there, amigo.
Yeah. There's another 10-7 game that we're going to have right there. 10-7.
Maybe 7-3. Maybe 7-3. The line is 37.5 for the total. All right. Probably won't even come close. Probably a game of field goals.
Yeah. Big one in the north. Chicago at Minnesota. Does Chicago keep rolling? Does Minnesota still in quarterback regret that they didn't keep the man that could knock off Matt Stafford this week?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we got another WTF here, man. Wrong team favored. Bears go in there. You're just seeing a resurgence, right? You're starting to see the light bulb come on with Caleb Williams and Johnson's offense here, man. We called this too, right? It was gonna, not everything's gonna just fire off on all cylinders, right? You'd love it to, right at the start, but again, natural progression kind of needs to take place, right? And now you're starting to see the maturation process of Williams here, and it's starting to figure it out, man. Still a lot being done with just in terms of a chip, a share, and a prayer, in my opinion. Like I see a lot of balls being thrown up, right? And again, I'm not a quarterback guru here, but it looks like, at times where Fields is very reluctant to throw the ball, Williams is not. And ultimately, that being said, the Bears clearly made the right move in shipping Fields out and drafting Williams. Absolutely wrong on this one, guys.
And you went in and got your head coach and Ben Johnson.
You got your head coach and you got your quarterback. That looks like it's starting to come together. Bears are continuing to build. Bears are continuing to roll. I think they go in here and they win. They go into Minnesota wrong team favorite.
Yeah. Green Bay at the Giants. Green Bay 6.5.
A little bit of a nooner here.
Well, and this is where you go. This is where I go back to Green Bay, to where it's like where you should look at this and say, no. I mean, Green Bay's going to cover.
This is wild, right? Like to only see 6.5 on this is a little bit intriguing to me. But then again, Packers have been struggling on all.
What you get with Green Bay? So. Yeah. You don't know what you're going to get with Green Bay. I mean, I mean, the defense, but hell, they're not scoring points. And is Dobbs playing? I haven't seen injury reports on this stuff. So, I mean, that's Love's guy. I mean, that's Jordan Love's number one outlet, it looks like. So, yeah, 6.5 where, it's like, I don't know about that. But fuck, look, dude, the Giants, here's Jameis
I did not
Winston
see Romeo Dobbs on the injury report.
Yeah. If Green Bay does not win this game and cover that, I am really going to move them in my tier where I'm already a little questioning my thoughts on how good Green Bay can be and runs that they can make. I'm really teetering on it right now. If they lose,
Green Bay's going to roll. The Giants, half the Giants aren't playing, bro. Green Bay's going to roll, dude.
Cincinnati at Pittsburgh, 4.5 Steelers. I'll take that. I think the Joe Flacco magic is running out, man. I think Uncle Joe's done his thing, and he's good.
What's the report on this? Who all's down? Who's out for Cincinnati here? Yeah, my dude, it's only 4.5. I expected to move a little bit here. Give me Aaron Rodgers and the struggling Pittsburgh Steelers right now. I think they're good for it. It's on the line's 4.5. I feel like they're good for a touchdown on the Bengals. What's Flacco's status with his shoulder? Do we know anything on that?
I haven't seen him. Did I see maybe it's questionable the first part of the week? Haven't dug very far into that.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, just in like a brief skimming, I can't find nothing on it right now. But yeah, as at the moment, 4.5. Give me Pittsburgh. Give me the Steelers.
Yeah,
Steel City.
Here's a big one. And,
hold on. Let me put it
away. Los Angeles Chargers of Los Angeles at Jacksonville. And this is where Houston, you better take care of business this week, because if the Chargers take care of Jacksonville, that's only going to still give you that little bit faint of hope. Chargers 2.5, 2.5 for the Chargers on the road at Jacksonville. And I think that I would probably take that. Because the Chargers, I mean, let's see what happens with the West. I mean, because then you've got that other matchup that we'll talk about here in just a minute. So the Chargers can just continue to win games that they should win. They could be sitting in a pretty good spot.
I'm looking for McConkey's status right now. It honestly, like, you'd love to see, QJ, what's Quentin Johnson going to do? He's too inconsistent. It really comes down to McConkey. If McConkey's healthy, I think they'll be able to pull out the win here on the road in Jacksonville. They're favored 2.5 right now on the road. But look, Jacksonville's got some. I don't want to say that they're starting to figure it out, but I mean, I think they've played a little bit better than we've expected them to play, right? I mean, there's a lot of parity in the AFC, but they're still, because of the parity, they're contending, or I guess they're still in contention. But yeah, it doesn't look like they're going away anytime soon. I think Thomas is slated to play too for Jacksonville, so this could be a pretty damn good matchup here, man. It really does come down. I got to see if McConkey's going to play or not. If that's the case, I think the Chargers do go into Jacksonville win. If McConkey doesn't play, then and I don't want to sit here and say that one guy makes a roster, but just Quentin Johnson's he's just not reliable enough, in my opinion, for Justin Herbert to go out and have a consistently productive day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, in my opinion, I think probably the better quarterback play is going to come from Sunshine. And if that's the case, look out LA Chargers. And like you mentioned it, Texans
3-horse race. Yep.
Yeah. Jacksonville breathing right there for the taking, man. And of course, you mentioned the horse, the ponies, Colts, man. It looks like they're off in firing on 4 horses, if you will.
Yeah. Couple of other ones here. San Francisco and the Cardinals. San Francisco 2.5, over under at 49.5. I don't think how you don't go with the Cardinals, right? Or with the 49ers here. Cardinals kind of in disarray. It seems like at this point, I think the Cardinals are probably just going to try to figure out a way to ride this thing out, where I had such high aspirations for the Cardinals, where I thought that they'd be in a really good spot. Not that they were that good, but I just thought
is
that
Brock
the
Purdy
schedule
coming
laid
back?
out.
Brock Purdy's coming back this week, right?
I think he is slated to come back, but this is where I'm like, do you bring him back? I mean, you do.
It's you're 6-4, right?
Yeah.
You're two games behind Seattle, and that's the shitty part. Is both of them are 8-2. Right?
Yeah, and that's where with those two playing each other, it's like, I don't know, man. Do you really want to bring that dude back? I mean, you're going to start him, and then if he's ineffective, you're going to yank him, pull him out, and put Mac Jones back in there. We get to see Shannon work his magic right here, but I think regardless of who the quarterback is, I think they'll cover this and win, which they need to. They absolutely need to, because it's shit or get off the pot right now in that division.
Yeah, pretty much. Continuing down the slate, almost wrapped the bow on this bad boy here. Yeah, I got Chiefs over the Cardinals. 2.5 is the line for tomorrow, or for Sunday's matchup there. Give me the Niners. Chiefs Broncos.
Dude, there you go right there.
Chiefs Broncos here.
And this is so big. This
3
is
in
so
the
big
hook for the Chiefs going into Denver. Right? What are you liking? You think the Chiefs take care of it? Chiefs been firing hot, man. I think Worthy's listed as questionable, but I think Worthy's going to play.
Yeah.
And honestly, since Rice has come back, it looks like they started to find their mojo again. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I think their defense has taken a step back from from 2 seasons ago, rather. But still, like, it feels like they're figuring out, and watch out for the rest of the league. Absolutely. Watch out. It's not about playing good all the time. It's about playing good at the right time.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they are, as a Giants fan, Sal can tell you that too, amigo. It's not about playing good all the time. It's about catching fire at the right time.
And I'm here to tell you that with Kansas City, so many people have dug the grave and dropped the coffin in there and not quite kicked the dirt on it. And Kansas, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey, they see and they hear all this, where we're ready to crown, where it's like somebody is finally going to take over the AFC West. And Wags, I think they come out and emphatically beat Denver.
I don't know if it'll be emphatically.
I think it's a 10-point win. I think it's a 10-point win.
That's a lot of these guys. That's that on the road in Denver. That's a lot of points.
Yeah. Give me the Chiefs, man. Chiefs are about to do like the Undertaker. Remember when that dude's laying on the mat and then boom.
Back on. I think they've already resurrected.
They have already done that.
J.K. Dobbins. I don't think J.K. Dobbins is playing tomorrow. I don't think Marvin Mims is playing tomorrow. Surtain's out as well. This could be pretty devastating for Denver here. Denver, obviously, with the better record, but they're about to open the door and let Kansas City back into this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then there's the Chargers waiting. That's where I think that, because they
still, like, I want to say the Chargers are serious, right? I do, but come on, bro. Like,
well,
they're the fucking Cowboys of the AFC, man. I know. Just never get out of their own way. They just always mess it up.
I know. Yeah, but it is Kansas City here, and this is they still got to play again. They still got to play again,
right?
So that's where I go back to the Chargers, to where it's like, if you can handle your business.
3.5 line here. I think Mahomes, Kelsey, I think they're too much for the Broncos here, man.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely.
Going to be a lot of RJ Harvey or McLaughlin with a lot of ground to pound here. Let's see if Surtain can go off, but I mean, I don't think Knicks is going to have enough time. And you'll probably see Knicks struggling, trying to scramble and extend the play a good bit here. But yeah, give me the Chiefs all day on this one.
Yep, I'm with you. Andy Reid is Paul Bear. Yeah,
Andy Reid's Paul Bear.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Detroit at Philadelphia.
Probably one of the sexiest game on the slate, right?
Oh yeah.
Phillies. I guess they're projected to 2.5. They're the favorites here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call wrong team.
I'm with you.
Favored.
I'm with you.
I'm feeling frisky this week. I feel like the underdog, right, is barking and he's a little hungry, right? A little hungry. I hadn't been starving a little bit for this.
Yeah,
I'm taking the underdog comes in here, and I feel like the Lions go out and feast, man. Lions pride all the way here. Wrong team favored. Smith and Jig, or not Smith and Jig, Gibbs, excuse me. Gibbs has been fantastic. Amon Ross St. Brown, he's been fantastic over the past couple of weeks too. Laporta, my question's Laporta, right? Like, can Laporta get activated and get going, pretty busy? And I think, is he going to be able to come back off the injury list and get activated and get going pretty fast in the game? Well, that's the difference maker for Detroit, right? Like, I know Amon Ross St. Brown is usually their lights out guy and can get it over the top, but usually when Laporta's in there, man, it's just a different offense, and they start to it's more balanced, right? You get more balance out of that offense with Laporta in there, and again, it makes Gibbs be able to cook too. And when you got to worry about the dude coming out of the backfield and you got to worry about the guy in the hashes, the dude that's on the outside tends to just scorch you, man. And when that happens, Detroit's too much.
Yeah, I'm going Detroit.
If Laporta don't play, if Laporta, and I know it's questionable, but if Laporta does not play, I'm probably going to go roll and switch and go Philadelphia here.
Yeah, no, I'm taking Detroit. I'm definitely taking Detroit. And again, a lot of that is just
even without
bias.
Laporta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of that's just biased, but yeah, give me the Lions. Give me the Lions.
Sometimes that bias makes you pay, bro.
I know. So. Monday night special: Dallas at Vegas.
I wouldn't call it a special, but
Dallas 3.5. Dallas it's been a bitch this week. I mean, I will tell you. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and trash on my team this week because it's just been sad. I saw Shoddy yesterday, and like all the questions, I do want to mention this about Shoddy. Is Shoddy the right coach? When you see the emotion and the passion that this guy has,
how are you already saying that it's?
Oh, I'm not. I'm not. I mean, but like with the original hire, it's like, okay, this dude doesn't know shit. He's managed. Look at this offense. I mean, the defensive problems, that's not his fault. I mean, that's not something.
As head coach, bro.
Well, but when you go off and you ship your number one dude off a week before that's out of his control. I mean, I don't think he wanted that.
I'm not. Hey, man, I understand. He doesn't make that move, but he is the head coach, right?
He is.
Will it fall on him?
No.
Will it fall on him?
No, I don't think it will because
it absolutely will. If the defense continues to play bad, Jerry Jones will look at him and he'll be like, all right, well, what's your move? And then he'll fire the defense coordinator.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. But that's where it should fall on him. But this is the Dallas Cowboys where things are a little different. Things are a little different. 3.5 for the Cowboys. I think you see a very inspired Cowboy defense, especially, from the side of the ball where, you lose the young man, and the offense is going to churn. This is going to be a pretty good outing for the Cowboys right here. Really good outing. I think very inspired playing for something beyond what's on the field for Dallas. And give me the Cowboys. Positive thoughts for Dallas this week, my man.
CeeDee Lamb coming back?
Oh yeah, he's in. Yeah, he's in.
All right. If that's the case, and the line is only 3.5 here, give me the boys. And bonus, I'm taking the over. 49 in the hook as well.
Yeah, could be because the Cowboys. Well, let's see if the moves that you make will help stop the run. Here's a good test. You've got a great young running back that you'll need to stop. Don't really have anybody on the outside that's going to burn you. When it comes to the secondary, so maybe not as much of a concern. So you have to stop the run. A good call from CB. Agent Zero's back, so there's that. So yeah,
that's a big help to the defense. That's a nice little pick me up for the defense, and right when he needed to get healthy too, man.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what else is another great pickup for you guys. It's Heck Law Firm. There's a new lawyer in town, and when that storm hits, you got to give Hurricane Heck the call. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburger of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. And he's not just a lawyer. He dons the burnt orange. He drinks the burnt orange Kool-Aid. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride and passion to the courtroom, all right? If you got any type of personal injury at all, you just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Email my dude Ryan at hechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHTLawFirm.com. He's aggressive in the courtroom. We've told you that, but he also supports local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. 512-938-8929. It's Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com.
Let's talk about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you have that indoor project that you're looking to get done at this time of the year, anytime, or you're looking at the outdoor project now that weather's going to begin to cool itself off a little bit, you'll want to spend some time outdoors. Well, McCall Custom Homes are ready to take care of you like they've been taking care of Central Texans for the last 4 decades. That's right, friends. 40 years, father-son team taking care of those renovation projects, reconstruction. They'll build you a new home if you want to. But as I've mentioned so many different times, this is a point with, different interest rates and economy doing whatever it's doing, where if you have something that has equity in it, invest in that, spend some money in that, and build some quality into it, build some value back into it, modernize. And that's what our friends at McCall Custom Homes can do for you. They've done it for me. They've done it for the Buck, and they're ready to do it for you as well. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers, 512-633-9580. Get that call or text into our man Mike. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And don't just take it from me. Check out all the Google reviews. Check out the Better Business Bureau 5-star ratings. All of that is there for you to check online. It's McCallCustomHomesATX.com, 512-633-9580. Make that call. Get that free estimate right now. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you make that call. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. And on to the main event for this week. Here we go, friends. This is one that I think probably a lot of Texas fans have had circled with, the season hasn't quite gone the way that you thought it was going to go yet. I mean, it's a 2-loss team that you have that heads into Athens tomorrow to take on the Georgia Bulldogs. And we've heard all of the here's something that I've noticed throughout the week, whether it be on this network, whether it be just in different spots that you look at. I know the two different folks that have come on with Bucky and BK, and this is even Kirby Smart. And again, this is what you expect from the coaches, where it's very complimentary, talking about everything that's great about Texas. We hear about how much folks that came, Bulldog fans, Georgia fans that came here last year to Austin, how much they enjoyed the experience in Austin and the hospitality and everything that went on. Just very complimentary is everything. And it's kind of like one of those things where I take it with all the compliments and everything that you're hearing from the red and black side talking about Texas, to where it's like, they're softening you up. They're softening Texas up just a little bit to think, oh, yeah, well, we appreciate that. And it is, talking about how great the program is. And Kirby talking about how great Sark is and how, what a great coach he is. But it's compliment after compliment after compliment. And you're waiting and you get on the field and these guys are going to turn it loose. And that's really the vibe that I'm getting right now. And I really like that tactic. I mean, what do you do to your opponent? I mean, you sit there and you soften them up. You tell them how great they are. They're going to sit there and believe that. And then, boom, you come out and you try to you try to execute everything that is going to expose any weakness in your opponent. And where we go into this game tomorrow night, if you look at where Texas has struggled against Georgia in the 2 games last year, the inconsistency on the offense, and you can say that that's play calling. You can say that maybe some of that is, and this is inconsistency on offense in the 2 games last year, with an offensive line that was touted as one of the best in the country. And when Georgia comes to Austin in game 1, you want to talk about being exposed. That's exactly what they did. They exposed this offensive line. So you have that. So that's what Georgia did. And what Texas didn't do, that they needed to do last year, is run the ball. things. And the reason that I mention these two things is that as we get set to go into this matchup tomorrow, what are the two things on offense that we have talked about? Well, I guess three things that I mentioned right there that we have talked about with the Texas offense that seems to be a little bit better in the last 5 quarters of football that we've watched. Number one, inconsistency on offense. A lot of that being, inconsistencies on the offensive line. It seems like in the Vanderbilt game that you did go in there and you retooled and you've got the 5 best players playing in the right positions. But again, that's just a small sample size in one game. Inability to consistently run the ball. We saw that a blaring issue last year in the 2 running performances in those 2 games that resulted in losses. That's still been a little bit of a concern. And I think that that's something that really goes in huge into this game there. So those 2 things I think are going to be imperative in this game tomorrow. And that's kind of a no-brainer, but where that is more of a concern is because what I simply said is that's what lost you the games last year. That is where you have struggled this year up until the last 5 quarters of football. So is Texas going to be able to put all of that together and quick, slow starts? We've watched the slow starts. You can't slow start against Georgia. You absolutely can't. This isn't the Georgia defense that we've watched in the last 2 years. And I know Kirby Smart telling his guys, this isn't the team that beat Texas last year. That's the stuff that we know that he's talking about. But you know that he's telling them we can go out there and expose their lack of full-time quality play on the offensive line, their inability to rush the football. We can go and expose that. That's the stuff that we're not hearing him tell them. And that's what's happening in that locker room, because those are keys for Georgia right there. If you allow this now, if Texas can go out, Wags, and start like you did against Vandy, that is my biggest hope, that you come out and we see that up tempo, we see that ball swinging around, and we see, Arch Manning, it seems like to me, and I don't have the exact stats in front of me, but it seems like when the heat is on, when they're blitzing this dude, that's when Arch is at his best. And that's where Arch's tempo picks up, and that's where he's faster releasing the football and making bigger plays. And I think that will come tomorrow early and often. So you missed it, but what I was saying is where Georgia's had the advantage over Texas is the offensive inconsistencies that Texas had last year. And again, different offense, different quarterback, different line or whatever. Inconsistency on the offensive line, which that's happened this year, and inability to run the football. Georgia knows that Texas has still had those problems this year. You know that Kirby and these guys are going to draw it up and come out here and try to expose every part of that early tomorrow in Athens at 6:30, I guess that game is.
Yeah. So and we kind of been breaking this thing down, right? And we got some Sark sound that we'll get into here, some new fresh Sark sound that we'll get into in just a couple of minutes. But getting into this, right? We've kind of flirted with it and talked about the trench warfare play, right? And of course, Kirby leans on this shit all the time.
Yep.
But outside of that, Georgia's got some dudes that can run the rock. They can pound the damn rock, right?
Yep.
And here's my main concern is ultimately if Georgia comes out and they come out in 11 personnel here, and then they spread us out. I am worried about multiple tight end sets, like 13 personnel and shit like that. But ultimately, 11 personnel scares me too, because what's going to happen when Stockton has the middle of the field, to his venture, right? He can take off and go with it. Anthony Hill's got to be able to break down, or LaFau, whoever's going to be the spy on it. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Anthony Hill with that assignment. And again, like, you're asking a lot for your middle linebacker to make that play or just multiple times, right? You got to consistently break down and make the one-on-one tackle, and the best ones do. And he's one of the greatest ones to platoon the middle of the field right now in the college landscape. But still, like, to make that play consistently, time in and time out. Thankfully, our secondary plays downhill to help kind of contain that and keep that at bay. But what's that tell you, right? Ultimately, if they start creeping up, a little bit of the play action, and then the home run ball happens, that's what I'm a little bit afraid of here, man. I believe I gave a 27-23 prediction, Georgia.
Yeah. Well, and with the secondary, I mean, a big part of this is, I mean, Michael Taff is back, and we'll hear from Sark here in just a second about that. But I think that right there is something that's going to alleviate, if anything, obviously the quality of play. I mean, that's a season starter that's back there, but the leadership factor back there, where I think that things when Vanderbilt started making their run a couple of weeks ago, I think that was a little bit that was lacking back there in the secondary, where you didn't have the air traffic controller back there that does everything that Michael Taff does. But Taff is back. Of course, injury report is clear. Here's Sark on Taff being back.
Michael's a pro, I mean, he was very engaged even when he wasn't able to play. The first week or so, he wasn't even really able to practice. He practiced leading up to the Vanderbilt week, just wasn't able to go. But I think there's been a gradual progression for him. He's ready to go, locked in. He's obviously, plays with a great deal of confidence. He's a high level communicator for us. And I think that those two things are calming for the other guys around him. When there's a high level of confidence in the communication, there's a high level of confidence in style of play. I think that spreads to the guys around him, and you can feel their confidence level, shift and adjust. They're communicating with more confidence as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to play into the defense too, right? I love having Taff, back on the field and being, basically the field general out there and getting everybody in position here. Look, Colin Simmons has been, lights out the past couple of weeks. I think where's Texas in terms of defense here, right? He's number one. Texas ranks,
number one in the conference.
He's number one nationally in sacks, right? And then Colin Simmons and Burke they combine for 8 sacks right now. So this is what we were kind of talking about in preseason form. Like what could be the dream scenario, or what visions you have for this defense in the front four, or at least the edge, right? This is what I envision. I envision these tenacious edge rushers being out there and making nightmarish scenarios for the opposition. You're going to have that with Jordan Stockton, right? Here's the thing, though, too. If you get too aggressive with it, this guy can use his wheels and break down. And that's why I just ultimately I come back. I think we go to Colin Simmons and we go to Ethan Burke because they're the ones that apply the pressure. And again, it's all hands on deck. I'm not breaking any news with this, right? You're going up against the Georgia Bulldogs here, right? But I think the key to this game will be Anthony Hill, 100%. Like he's a defensive quarterback, man. He's got to have that that one-on-one chess competition, chess matchup with Jordan Stockton here. Wherever Jordan Stockton goes, Hill's got a mirror, man, and LaFoul's got to be able to play downhill and stop the running backs. That's how it's got to be, man. Assignment football, just do your job, bro.
Yeah, and the other part of that is so Stockton, when he goes back to pass, we were talking a while ago about Justin Fields and holding the ball too long. It really seems like, and I think I saw Eric wrote something about this on 24/7, to where like one of the biggest, it seems like increases or adjustments that I've seen in Gunnar Stockton is that he kind of does trust being in the pocket a little bit more, to where he's not quite as, and again, that comes with experience. And I think that's where this pass rush is going to be so important with guys coming off the edge. And Anthony Hill, seriously, is going to be huge. I think Trey Moore is somebody that can factor in tomorrow and kind of be an X factor. And look, Ethan Burke. I mean, this dude, he makes play after play after play when you need him the most. And you're going to need all of those guys tomorrow, because where Georgia has that ability on offense is that then sneaking these tight ends in there. I mean, when they start going into these 12 packages and all these different 12 personnel packages and so forth, there's so many different things that they can come hit you with. And then the X factor, like you said, now Stockton being able to use his wheels as well. So it's coming from every direction. And when that middle opens up, there's those tight ends. So yeah, you better bring your lunch, defense, because you're going to see a shitload of stuff coming at you tomorrow.
I feel like defensively we're clearly the better defense. I think statistically that's proven. But also, like our defensive line is nastier. I think we're more stout in the middle, right? Which is weird because I just heralded Georgia as this pantheon, just machine that is unsurmountable or just unreachable, right? But apparently we are bigger. We have the same type of size as Georgia here. I think us being able, I mean, clearly, we get after it a lot more with the quarterback here, but the thing is that Georgia's offensive line is a lot better than our offensive line. Okay, and that's I've gone back and forth, and position wise, I think ultimately our units break down and are better than Georgia in almost every facet. I mean, you could even argue that wide receivers, we could make a bid for having better wide receivers at some point, right? Just the underperformance of what Georgia's been able to do in the passing attack with their wideouts. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to the offensive line, which, I mean, that's football 101. But Georgia's got the better offensive line. And I know we've been figuring out, I know we seem to have the right combinations, but Georgia does the fundamentals better than we do.
They do, and honestly, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, with Georgia, because it's like Texas is like escalating to try to try to get to the level of Georgia. Sark talked about that early in the week, where Georgia, every time you turn around, they're always there. Here's Sark on just Georgia.
Yeah, no, I think that what they do from a recruiting standpoint, they know the body types, they know the athletic ability they're looking for, and very specific by position. And then ultimately the competitive spirit that those guys have. And it's a credit to Kirby. He's been the best in our industry for the last decade now of doing that. Is a lot of people have changed in and around the country. Georgia has remained very consistent with their approach in recruiting, with their approach and style of players that they look for, and to their style of play. They love the tight ends. They recruit tight ends really well. They love versatile linebackers. They recruit versatile linebackers really well. They love length at corner. They recruit corners that are 6'1" and taller. And so you can see the consistency.
Yeah. So there it is. I mean, that's what they do well. But you know what? Here's the whole thing that you think about when it comes to this, and where Texas has had the trouble with Georgia. Georgia has had trouble with Alabama. So for
Alabama's not a factor in this.
But I'm just saying, for folks that want to go back to the whole thing about, well, Texas can't get by Georgia, well, Georgia can't get by Alabama. So that's the short-term memory I was talking about yesterday. Forget all that shit. That's this team now and the Georgia team now. Yeah, the balance of it, I think they do win. That they are better in the trenches. That's a much more seasoned offensive line. But and again, 5 quarters of football are really all that we can hang here on where we've seen the Texas offense resurge and flip. That's what I'm hoping happens tomorrow. And Arch is better in pressure situations, and he's coming around. But dude, that's the key tomorrow. You can't come out flat, and if you're not running the ball, and if you're missing open receivers, you're going to lose. You're going to lose, and it could get bad. It could get bad.
You can't play 2 teams either. All right. What I mean by that is you can't be coming out and having the stupid penalties and drive killers and just being third down and 3rd and 3, and you're getting ready to get off the field, and then all of a sudden you get a face mask or an offsides, and then you extend their drive, and you just can't beat yourselves, right? And too much have we seen this, right? Too often have we seen the Longhorns get penalized and at inopportune times, in critical situations too, in overtime, where you're just starting out on overtime and you get a false start to even move you backwards. So again, you can't have those mishaps. You can't play stupid carefree football. You gotta be mistake free, man. You got to go out there. You got to do all the little things right, is what I usually say, and ultimately that leads to the win or whatever. That's what Georgia does, right? They take care of what's in front of them. Longhorns have to do that, right? If you come out here with 7 to 9 penalties, outcome's going to be disastrous.
Yeah, if you get in here and you've got a 3rd and 2 and you turn it into 3rd and 7, that's where you can't have those.
I get it. I'm seeing holding. I understand. Like I'm getting hit with holding and shit too. Like people are hitting me up on social media. Sure, there's holding on every play. All right. Yeah. It's the false starts. The false starts are the real dumb mistakes, right? Like that's shit that's stuff you figure out in the huddle. Okay. Like,
the pre-snaps. I mean, the pre-snaps are going to get you, and the post-play stuff. I mean, don't go hit a dude after the play. I mean, because here's the thing.
No, I understand. And check your emotions, right? Keep emotions in check.
Sure. And look, you and I both are the two dudes that are like, I don't want to play the officiating card and not getting calls and all this, that, and the other. But it's pretty obvious you're not going to get the calls. I mean, let's just be pretty candid.
Don't prepare for it, right? Don't even make it. Don't even make it. Don't give them an excuse. Don't even give them a chance to look for you. Like if it's close, don't mess with it.
And don't give them the easy ones.
If you're on the other side of the effing field, don't engage in bullshit, right? If the play's not even going your way, don't even lock up. Make contact. That's it. Make contact. You brush them off.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the pre-snap stuff, and I know it's hard. It's going to be loud. It's going to be. It's going to be a raucous atmosphere over there. I mean, these people are fired up to have the Icy Whites come rolling in here because they want to beat the living shit out of Texas, and that's what I was saying earlier. Wags, have you listened to? You've heard it here on TSU. You've heard it in different places. Kirby's doing it where everybody's so complimentary. Texas is a great program, and he
knows what he's doing. He did the same shit last year.
Absolutely. And these, the Georgia folks that have come on here, Arch Manning, he's turned the corner. Everybody's being so nice and giving flowers. Shit.
Did you see this shit? Billy
Tomorrow
Napier?
The fangs come out, dude.
Did you see Billy Napier in Athens?
Oh, yeah. He was at practice.
So, something about Billy at Georgia's practice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was there.
I thought they were all friends, but I guess everybody just likes Kirby a little bit more.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, they asked Sark about that too.
I doesn't even Billy thing doesn't matter. Billy's a good friend of mine too. It just is what it is. I think that just speaks to the camaraderie in the coaching profession. I remember, when Lane got let go against USC, when he got let go at USC, he was at the University of Washington with me Thursday through Saturday, and we were getting ready to play Oregon. And so it just happens. You just. It's never fun to get fired. Guys put in a lot of time and effort and work. You got families involved, you got coaches' families involved. And so sometimes you can get somebody who can empathize with you a little bit and understand what you've been through. I think that that's good. So, it's good for Kirby to do that.
Right.
Sark for president. Sark for fucking president. I mean, that would have eaten the shit out of me. Yeah, how come you're going over to his locker room and not mine? Right? Like,
And again, this is. I heard somebody say this morning they don't call him Kirby dumb. I mean, regardless of what Billy Napier was doing there, what did Billy Napier's team do to Texas earlier in the season? I mean, they may have just been there, shooting the shit, but that dude shows up.
Real Double R. That was a off day for the defense.
Absolutely. But that's just another mine. You remember Queensryche Operation Mindcrime? That's what that was.
That's the game you want back. Right, the Florida game is the game you want back,
and that's the one that ultimately could seal your fate. Is that Florida game, and that's why I had really hoped that Florida was going to I know it was a close loss to Georgia, but I'm like, just go out there and beat someone that is halfway good to kind of validate that loss a little bit.
Florida loss is worse than the Georgia or worse than the Ohio State loss. I mean, clear, obviously, but shit.
Yeah,
the Florida game is the one you really want back. It feels like the Ohio State game is the closer one, the one that you could have taken, the one that was rightfully yours, but just the stats lied. But still, the Florida game's the one that I absolutely want back. The conference game, I mean, just the obvious. All right, amigo, where do you want to go next, man?
And just to kind of cap that right there with the Florida loss, this is where we talk about what happens when Texas comes around. You get DJ Lagway, who've been struggling, and people are questioning this guy. He looked like a fucking All-American that day. You got a coach that's about to get run out of town, and look what they did. And you better damn well bet your ass that when you go into Athens tomorrow, this ain't Florida.
Who's got the better running back room? I'm big on Frazier. Yeah. Like Frazier's an NFL back.
Yeah. Georgia. I think that's Wags. I think whoever runs the ball better tomorrow is going to win.
And my dude, I know you picked the Horns, but let me tell you something.
I may change.
We all know the Dogs run the ball better. Yeah. We all know the Dogs got the better line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I, man, the reason why I love this family and the reason why I love this fan base so much is just how passionate and how prideful they are, and just like we're always in the fight. And there is no one else I would rather want in a fighting hole or a foxhole than Texas fans, right? Because they're loyal. They don't ever fucking quit. All right. They always think they're in the damn game. Okay. But I'm just saying I hope we do have a fighting chance. We absolutely do. But I would just temper expectations, man, because what they do well, we don't do that well. All right. And that's running the ball. It's been two games where it's almost been like an anomaly where it's come to, been in our disposal or been in our advantage to where we've actually had almost 100-yard rusher. But I mean, other than that, like this Frazier pounds the fucking rock, man.
Yep.
And if you want a chance to win, you have to do that with Wisner, man. Or not just Wisner, use the entire damn backfield out or use the entire running back room. I don't care, but you have to be able to run the ball. You have to keep that Georgia defense on the field and worn down and allow the offense to not be, on the field as much as possible to do the same damn shit to our defense. Yeah. It's football 101, guys. And that's what I've been trying to articulate the best here, man, is that Kirby does football 101 better than we do football 101.
Yeah. And that's where we go back to the running game. I'm like, who is going to be the other guy? I mean, is it going to be CJ Baxter? I mean, where I've said, CJ Baxter, you're going to get what you're going to get from him. I'm a great kid. I mean, it seems like a great dude, but it's like and not to his fault, you can't expect him to do what you wish he could do. If he does, I hope it happens tomorrow. I mean, I really hope it is tomorrow.
I've said this. I think Baxter, I think he's very headstrong. I love when the dudes, my only fear is that he's going to break, right? Like but when Baxter's on the field, he's fantastic. He gives you, great, pass catch ability. He gives you great, carving ability on the ground. And then also, I think I've mentioned this time that he's probably the best blocking back that we have in terms of picking up the blitzes and delayed blitzes. I'm just trying to temper expectations. 27-23 Georgia.
And this is where I hope that James Simon has gotten a multitude of reps. This to me, CJ Baxter doesn't need reps. You can insert CJ Baxter, and if you keep him upright, you're going to get what you're going to get from him. But James Simon is a dude that needs reps to be ready. So
you're saying you wouldn't run CJ Baxter tomorrow?
I would. I run all three of them. Hell, four of them. You're going to need what Georgia does. Exactly what they do is they run the ball, and they're going to come out and run it right up against you. They're going to say, "You stop us, you stop us," is what they're going to do. And then I think it will be imperative again tomorrow. Wags, we don't want Arch running a lot. He's going to have to use the wheels tomorrow. Going to have to use the wheels. Just slide.
All right, Migo, let's go to the other games around the college football slate. Where do you want to start first?
Hell, tonight you got number 20 Louisville in action tonight, my man.
It looked a lot better before. Again, a lot of these games looked a lot better before the season started rolling out here, right? Clemson going into Louisville and going to play the Cardinals here. What do you like here? I think the line, I was going to say I thought Clemson was going to be favored, right? Wrong team, a little bit of a wrong team favored here. But Louisville with the advantage, 1.5. I mean, basically a pick-up in my opinion. Yeah. Can Clemson do a get-right game and take down the Cardinals?
I think Dabo gave up. You hear him after the other day where it's like, if they fire me, you know what? I think they're done. I think Louisville takes care of business here. I think Clemson's just going to ride this thing out, man.
Okay.
Friday Night Football.
Also got Minnesota and Oregon. The Ducks in action tonight with some Big Ten play. What do you like for the 8 o'clock action?
25.5 is what I'm seeing.
That's a lot of points. But usually gets covered easier in college, right?
That's a lot of points, man. I mean, Oregon's going to win, but I don't think that they're going to. I mean, no, that's not going to happen, is it? I mean, shit.
It's in Oregon.
Yeah,
in Eugene.
I saw that, and I'm like, man, that can't be right. I mean, that absolutely can't be right. No, they'll win, but I don't think they're going to cover that. They're not going to cover that. 3 or 4 touchdowns from Dante Moore tonight. Well, there you go.
3 or 4. I'm asking you. You can't say there you go. I'm asking
3.
you.
No, I thought you meant he's going to have 3 or 4 touchdowns. Give me 3.
All right. Big plays, big production from the Ducks. They go quack, quack, and they cover 25 in the hook tonight, amigo. All right, let's go to the other slate. We've already talked about it. It is your Georgia Bulldogs Georgia Bulldogs and our Texas Longhorns here. I've given you my synopsis, my breakdown, my points, 27-23. What's your prediction there?
I'm going to hold on. Let me see which one I sent because I've had about 4 or 5 different ones. I'm going Texas 24-20. And I think that you're going to have.
I love your heart. I do. I love your heart.
Yeah. And it's going to be.
I think you're going to be disappointed.
And it's going to be defense. Defense will not stop the run initially, and Georgia will jump out. Then Texas answers. And this is going to be another fourth quarter game. I see to where maybe the end of the first half, into the third quarter, you might have a little bit of, just not a whole lot, just kind of trading the ball back and forth. And then from the midway point of the third quarter on, that's when you're going to get the points scored in Texas. Texas is going to win this thing. I'm taking the whole Texas fan out of it. I just think they're going to win. I think they're going to win.
I think that's impossible for you. If I'm being completely honest, I think that's absolutely impossible.
Dude, you hear me pick against the Cowboys all the time.
You're hate picking at this point and hate watching.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just calling it how I see it, buddy.
I get it.
Calling it how I see it.
Yeah.
South Carolina, come on and raise up. North Carolina, but South Carolina needs to raise up too and beat down little brother here. Number 3, Texas A&M Aggies. Go Tex Ag, go. 17 and a hook over your Sellers-led South Carolina Cockies.
He's out. Sellers ain't playing.
Yeah, correct. He's not correct. Yeah. He's not playing. Thank you.
Yeah. A&M's going to beat the wheels off these guys, man. 17 and a half. Yeah. Yeah. Aggies for the win and the cover.
I feel like A&M has looked vulnerable past couple of weeks. Right?
At times. I know last week it was because I turned that game on and I think it was 21-7. And I'm like, oh shit. No, it's 14-7. It was 14-7. I thought, well, shit. And then this was one of the ones I listened to when I'm driving, and then it's like A&M just starts piling on, man. A&M's got so many weapons, man. And the defense, the defense is pretty damn stifling too, man. They'll cover this. And it's at home, and that's the other part. If this was on the road against the Cox, maybe, but shit, that place is going to be ballistic. They'll be 10-0 if they win this. They're gonna beat the brakes off South Carolina, dude.
They'll be 10-0, and we'll never hear the effing end.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? When they go 10-0, and if Texas loses to Georgia again, oh man.
So seeing how this has been shaping up, it looks like I have been very critical with the Horns. If they do happen to lose against Georgia, there still is a scenario that can get them in with 3 losses.
But you can't get beat bad. I go back to that.
You can't get beat. And here's the thing, though. You can only, in my opinion, you get in only with a loss to Georgia. If you have a loss to the Aggies, you can't get in.
That's what I've been telling you. You can lose this game tomorrow by a little bit.
I still don't agree with it, but there is a scenario that we need help if that happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We need help. Like, clearly we're not going to be in control of our own destiny because it's 3 losses, but still with the scenario, with the things unfolding, you can still get in with 3 losses.
And Wags,
you'll be limping in.
Yeah. And I hate to hang any hopes on OU. We can talk about that game, but if OU can win tomorrow, I mean, they're helping. I'm not going to say I'm going to root for OU, but if OU beats Alabama tomorrow, I'm not going to be mad. but still, it's got to be. You can't.
You should be rooting for Oklahoma to win out.
Yeah, I know. I am. I want them to
that
win.
We beat. You should be rooting for Oklahoma to win out.
Yeah, but it's. And this whole thing with Texas is, and that's where to me it's so complicated. And which, by the way, it's only going to get more complicated because the chairman of the committee is no longer there. The dude from Baylor, did you see that? He stepped down because they've got some kind of scandal going on over there. So that's been all changed. So if you thought it was unpredictable before, well, now there's been a shift in there. But if you're Texas and you're down 27-0 and you come back and you lose 27-20, that hurts you. If it's a good competitive loss. The 3 losses still get you in if you beat A&M and beat Arkansas, which are 2 big ifs right there in and of themselves.
Yeah, I think I'm a fan of controlling your own ride, right? And just win and get in. Win on out and you get in here. Other teams that need to win out. Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, taking on the Panthers of Pittsburgh, right? Number 9 versus 22 in Pittsburgh here. What you liking, amigo? Notre Dame favorite 12.5.
12.
Tease it up to 14.
Notre Dame. Oh man, Pittsburgh. No shit. I don't know why this one looks so. I'll take Notre Dame, but they're not going to cover. I don't think Notre Dame's going to cover here. I think that Notre Dame wins by a touchdown. But if Pitt wins this, if Pitt's able to win this, and we talk about college football playoff and seedings and all that, this is going to throw Notre Dame into a full reverse mode right here for them. I mean, how do you still get them in if they get beat by Pittsburgh? And that's the committee's problem. I'm taking the Golden Domers, unfortunately, in this one, man.
Yeah, Carr looking good. And you guys know how I feel about Love. I think Frazier and Love are, I mean, that's not breaking news. They're the 2 of the best backs in the college landscape right now. I think Notre Dame's too much. I think Pittsburgh's gonna fall, man. And I think Notre Dame covers. I think the Irish cover the 12.5.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. All right. Where you want to go?
I don't know. You're the one steering, baby. Take it there.
Okay. Let's jump down to that Oklahoma-Alabama game. So you got Alabama at 5 and a hook in this. Ty Simpson, a lot of accolades to Ty Simpson, but how about we say that the Kalen DeBoer project is working out right there, because they wanted to run this dude out of town and they seem to be meeting expectations right now. I didn't think Alabama was going to be this good. OU's at 7-2, 3-2 in league play. Dare we say a must win? You're right there on the outside looking in. You want to?
It's a must win. This is a must win.
Definitely a must win right here. I'm taking Bama here.
Actually,
dude.
hold on. Is this? What's their schedule? What's Oklahoma's schedule here to finish out? This is a must win. If they don't beat Bama, they don't have any other shot, because Missouri's not the team that they were
LSU
earlier, and LSU isn't it. So that schedule was pretty daunting for Oklahoma when this thing first started, but the teams that were supposed to be the stalwarts haven't exactly been playing as the powerhouse level that they have been. They've kind of fallen off a little bit. So the Missouri and the LSU game doesn't really have the luster that it did, right? So if they lose to Alabama, that there's no way in for them. This is a must win if they want to keep their dreams alive. And again, they're still looking in, right? They're outside looking in. So they absolutely have to have this win against Bama.
Yeah, you really do. And Alabama, what do you have left? Eastern Illinois. I mean, there's that cupcake next week, and then at Auburn. So that's
Bama can lose, right? Bama can lose to Oklahoma and be in. Like, Bama's fine. They don't even have they don't have a conference loss yet, right?
They are totally
they're undefeated.
Yeah, they and A&M. So that's where that A&M Texas game, depending on what happens the next 2 weeks for Texas. I mean, I see a lot of folks, and I saw Troy mention that right there. I mean, whether you want to mention it or not, I mean, A&M's good. I mean, A&M is really good. So Texas could ruin a lot of shit for A&M, depending what happens the day after Thanksgiving. But yeah, Bama, you want to talk about as good as golden as you can be in a playoff scenario? Those dudes are cruising. Those dudes are cruising.
I mean, and this guy, like you talked about the play of Simpson, right? Only one interception throughout the year. Like, this is Mendoza's fantastic, and Mendoza's probably going to win the Heisman, but Ty Simpson has to be in the conversation, right? Or at least, even if I know it's probably not even close, but the conversation of only one pick in the SEC. Come on, man. Like, that's lights out. He is balling. He is playing incredible football right now.
But I looked up the odds yesterday, and again, they may have changed now, but I mean, I'm just saying, is actually the leader in the clubhouse right now to win the Heisman. But how much of that
No, he's not. Zane's got the best odds. There's no way.
Plus 160.
Oh, I mean, well, he's on Ohio State, right?
Well, there's that part right there, right? To where it's like you're on that, and he's.
I don't know how you take Mendoza off Indiana. And we say Indiana had a banger of an offense last year too, right? But look, I mean, I think Mendoza coming to Indiana was just a paradise for him, heaven for him, right?
Yeah.
Him and Signetti's offense, it's clicking, dude. And again, like Indiana, it's not like Indiana's forgotten about. They're number 2 in the land.
Yeah, but there's that whole OU thing, and that's where
for sure, Buckeye Nation, I get it,
Yeah,
and Indiana, and what are we talking basketball here?
Right.
And when the hell? Speaking of that, when the hell has Indiana been? When's the last time Indiana's been relevant in basketball? When they lost to the Terps, for the national championship.
Yeah. Sand plus 160, Mendoza 175, Ty Simpson plus 550, Marcel Reed fourth at plus 750.
See, Reed's there, right? But I don't think Reed's going to be in the conversation at the end, right? The numbers, Simpson's numbers are fantastic in the SEC. I think he's got better numbers in the SEC than he does than Reed does, right? And you could also argue that Reed has better toys than Simpson does. I know it's Alabama, but you could also argue that the A&M Aggies have a lot of toys on their offense right now.
Well, and the other part of that is as long as Alabama keeps winning, which they're going to keep winning, and Ty Simpson continues to have good numbers. I mean, Marcel Reed ain't got a chance. I mean, Ty Simpson's going to beat him regardless. So if it came down to those two, but yeah, Mendoza, when you just look at, to me, pound for pound, what they are doing on the field, what they're able to do in different situations, to me, it's Mendoza all the way.
Well, hey, great show today, man. I'm sorry to kind of wrap this up quickly, but I got to get out of here, man. I got to be somewhere.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Wags. Be safe. Thinking about you, brother. Don't forget, we will have that pregame show tomorrow that he talked about. And then
you got the app info.
I do. I have that. I have that.
All right, I'm gonna shut the app down as soon as you get out of here. All right.
Yep. Take care, man. All right. Coming up next, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on the app, our friends, the Horn Takes podcast preview, Texas, Georgia. So the Horn Takes podcast. They're going to preview this huge matchup coming tomorrow. It's Texas, Georgia. Be sure and check in tomorrow for the pregame show with Bucky and BK. It'll be Zay Collier and I with a late night postgame that may stretch into Sunday. Hook 'em horns. Take care of Georgia. We are out of here. Have a great day, friends.